Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please be seated. We'll commence shortly. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم، سنبدأ بعد قليل. شكرا لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're starting now. Thank you. الحضور الكرام، الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم، سنبدأ الآن. شكرا لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting now the Saudi EU Investment Forum. Please be seated. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to the first ever Saudi EU Investment Forum. My name is Wa'am al-Dakhil. I'm a Saudi journalist and TV presenter, and it's my great pleasure to be your host for this auspicious gathering. So as we gather here today, we embark on a journey, a remarkable one, that celebrates the bilateral relations between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the European Union. Throughout this forum, we'll delve into various sectors, exploring the vast investment opportunities that arise from shared interest and mutual objectives. It's an opportunity to foster meaningful dialogues, exchange valuable insights, and forge new partnerships that will shape the future of the Saudi EU Economic Cooperation. Before we proceed, I kindly encourage you to download the official forum application, which can be obtained through scanning this barcode showing on the screen, and you also have it in your badges. The day will culminate in a gala dinner at 7 p.m. in Al Wasil Gym Al Ammariya, where you will explore a taste and a glimpse into our culture and hospitality. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open our proceedings, please join me in welcoming the Minister of Investment, His Excellency Khalid Al Faleh. The stage is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Your Excellency Maros Shevčovič, Vice President of European Commission, EU Special Representative Luigi Di Mario, Your Excellencies Bandar Al-Khrayef, Saleh Al-Jasser, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each and every one of you. And it is indeed a sincere pleasure and a privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural Saudi EU Investment Forum. Today, we're pleased to bring together friends and partners from public and private sectors from across the European Union member states for this landmark gathering. I also wish to welcome you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a kingdom that is very different from what you might have known over the years. A country undergoing the most comprehensive transformation in our history. Saudi Arabia of today stands out for how we are diversifying, greening, electrifying, and digitizing our economy, for how we are connecting and empowering our people, for our rapidly improving business environment and our global competitiveness. The EU, too, is in a period of major change, driven by the twin transition, digital and green, emergent technologies, demographic trends, and shifting geopolitical tides. This means we all find ourselves in a very different place from where we were a few years ago. As we look to navigate these transitions, we believe the Saudi-EU partnership has a key role to play. For we are confident that there is a clear convergence between Saudi Arabia's transformation and Europe's transitions, and that what Europe needs, the Kingdom can provide like no other. This is also a belief reflected in the turnout and high-level attendance at this forum. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our partnership is important and is already strong. over 1,300 companies originating in EU member countries have invested in Saudi Arabia. Just like there are important Saudi investors in most EU countries. In 2022, compared to the previous year, FDI from the EU to Saudi Arabia showed strong, healthy growth across many different sectors. In the same time span, trade between the Kingdom and the EU reached 80 billion euros, representing an annual growth rate of 30% from the year before. Having said that, I am convinced there is still immense potential for expanding our partnership further, and especially in terms of scale, diversity, and quality of our outbound and inbound investments. So for European companies that are trying to navigate through this period of challenging transitions, I say to you, as you look to a country that can provide certainty in a highly uncertain world, the Kingdom offers unmatched political and economic stability, a clear long-term policy direction, and a commitment to a vision that enables investors to deploy capital with confidence. As you endeavor to diversify and enhance the resilience of your supply chains, take a look at our unique location at the meeting point of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Take a look at our world-class infrastructure and physical connectivity, illustrated by the World Bank's latest logistics index, in which Saudi Arabia jumped 17 places, which means we're perfectly positioned to support your ambitions. This is also true of digital connectivity. As you look to drive digitization and take advantage of the potential of emerging technologies, we're fast becoming the hub that will connect you to fast-growing markets in Africa and Asia. An example of this is the EMC West Subsea and Terrestrial Data Cable, which will see Saudi Arabia connect Asia to Europe through Greece. And of course, Saudi Arabia has one of the most advanced digital infrastructures in the region, indeed in the world. As you look to enhance your energy security while decarbonizing your energy mix, look no further than the Kingdom. We're building on our role as the world's most reliable supplier of oil to become a leader also in renewable energy, which includes developing the world's largest green hydrogen facility at NEOM, while Aramco is building the world's largest blue hydrogen system. And when it comes to energy cost and price stability, ladies and gentlemen, data speaks for itself. And if you need an economy with high quality, trustworthy partners, you will find one in the Kingdom, with our highly developed private sector, many global champions, as well as, of course, the PIF, our sovereign wealth fund, with its world-class investment portfolio, and they're all ready to partner with you. Finally, as you look to grow your talent pool with young and dynamic professionals, you can reap the many demographic dividends stemming from the Kingdom's young, well-educated, and globally oriented population. Again and again, where Europe faces challenges or sees opportunity emerging from disruption, the partnership with Saudi Arabia can be a key part of the solution. And of course, Saudi Arabia needs Europe just as much as we find in you the perfect complementary partners. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Saudi Arabia, we've always looked to Europe as an inspiration. We recognize the EU as a symbol of how political, social, and economic integration can help to enhance prosperity and lessen the risk of conflict. And His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, has said he wants the Middle East to become the new Europe. We admire how time and again, out of the darkest moments, Europe has forged a new, prosperous future. From the plague, the Renaissance. From 2 world wars, decades of unprecedented peace and prosperity. We have no doubt that from this era, Europe will emerge stronger and more vital than ever. It is the spirit of creativity, innovation, and resilience that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, was referring to when he said he wanted the Middle East to be the new Europe. And today, during this period of political and security challenges in Europe and in the Middle East, we draw on each other's strengths to create prosperity through partnership. And that is why we're proud to be part of the historic agreement announced on the margins of the G20 summit in New Delhi last month to establish an economic corridor linking India, the Middle East, and Europe. This is a modern corridor of railways, port connections, and pipelines, as well as data cables, hydrogen, and electricity, which will bolster supply chains worldwide while creating unprecedented investment opportunities in the Kingdom and the EU member states. Yet our ambitions do not need to stop there. Similar partnerships could be initiated elsewhere around the world. Take Africa, for example, where many EU countries have historical ties, while the Kingdom holds strong political and institutional links through bodies such as the Saudi Fund for Development and the Islamic Development Bank. With our combined relationships, combined capital and expertise, we could do more together than we can achieve separately while helping regions of the world that need our good work. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum provides the perfect chance to explore these opportunities and address the challenges, to find new ways to turn this period of challenge into an era of positive transformations and innovative transitions through partnerships. We're privileged to have several leading global authorities with us to lead us through these conversations and to these important conclusions, such as His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy, other key ministers from the Kingdom, such as His Excellency Bandar Al Khrayef, Saleh Al Jasser, other leading authorities from Europe you will hear from. They will cover sectors from mining, minerals, manufacturing, and supply chains to healthcare and life sciences, tourism, culture, and sports, as well as the digital economy and AI. We look forward to interesting exchanges and productive conversation throughout the day, and I will remind you that I also look forward to seeing you at dinner tonight, where we hope to have a good time while continuing our conversation. So in closing, allow me to welcome you once more to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Opportunity, and thank you for your kind attention and for joining us here for what I hope will be the first of many EU-Saudi business forums. Thank you very much.
What a momentum. Thank you, Your Excellency. The Saudi EU Investment Forum serves as a platform to pave the way for a future brimming with unity, prosperity, and shared success. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure I welcome His Excellency Maroš Sivković, Executive Vice President for the European Green Deal, Interinstitutional Relations at the European Commission, to deliver his welcoming remarks. The floor is yours. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Highness, Mr. Abdulaziz bin Salman, dear Minister Khalid Al-Faleh, dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to underline that this is my first visit to Riyadh, and this is the first time I'm attending what actually is again first the EU-Saudi Investment Forum. And therefore, I really would like to wholeheartedly thank our Saudi hosts for organizing this important event. As Minister Khalid Al-Faleh has highlighted, it comes at a very challenging moment in terms of security for Europe and this region and overall economic stability. At the same time, we also face other serious challenges such as high inflation, the risk of fragmentation of the global economy, and the climate change and biodiversity crisis. In this context, I totally agree with the remarks of the Minister that working together with partners is crucially important. And my exchanges yesterday, notably with His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh and His Royal Highness Energy Minister Abdulaziz bin Salman, were very, very fruitful. We had a very good discussion on investment, energy and clean tech, critical raw materials, supply chains and connectivity, to mention just a few. And I'm glad we agreed to accelerate the creation of a European Chamber of Commerce in Saudi Arabia, the first in the region. There is a great interest from the European Union in fostering closer cooperation with Saudi Arabia, as well as with other countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council. The aim is to enhance our trade and investment flows, support the stability of the respective business and investment environments, and further promote the integration of our economies. In this regard, our joint participation in the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, or as it is called, IMEC, offers indeed a great potential. In this way, we can better equip ourselves to manage the risks in this increasingly uncertain world. And the good news is that we are not starting from the scratch. EU-Saudi Arabia trade total 75 billion euros in 2022, and foreign direct investment stocks increased to 55 billion euros in 2021. And as the world's biggest single market, leader in research and innovation, and principal actor on global challenges such as climate change and digitalization, the European Union can bring a lot of things to the table in closer partnership with Saudi Arabia. On our engagement with the region, I would like to highlight that it's focused on green technologies and services, energy, supply chain resilience, investment facilitation, and digital economy. And the EU GCC Economic Diversification Project is our joint initiative to support Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries in the ongoing process of economic diversification. In seeking to make our partnership even closer, however, we must consider a number of opportunities and challenges. The European Union and Saudi Arabia share interest in continuing interactions on multilateral trade policy agendas, including the World Trade Organization. In addition, we have a common strategic ambition to speed up the green and digital transformations of our economies and societies. The EU strategy on the Gulf provides a valuable framework to address these issues. We also need to facilitate investment flows between the European Union and Saudi Arabia, including by jointly tackling so-called beyond-the-border barriers like regulatory obstacles for investors or localization requirements. Indeed, new investment opportunities arising from the green and digital transitions will be an important focus of the discussions today. To strengthen trust and confidence in the digital world, we need to consider the key areas like privacy, data security, and the use of artificial intelligence, automation, and e-commerce. When it comes to the green economy, we welcome that Saudi Arabia is stepping up its effort in the fields of renewable energy and circular economy. And yesterday discussions in particular at the Ministry of Energy have been very telling in that I very much appreciate the expertise of the whole ministry presenting so clearly in the presentations to us. There is, I think, confirmation also in those PowerPoints we've been looking at yesterday, a huge potential for synergies in these and other areas such as low-carbon technologies. And we continue to build our future green economy, and we want to make sure that also small and medium-sized enterprises will play a key role. And SMEs that are active internationally grow faster, create more high-quality jobs, and are more innovative. Our Enterprise Europe network supports the internationalization of the SMEs, and we'll be happy to have Saudi Arabian companies participate in that effort in the future. This would help to deliver enhanced international business opportunities for emerging SMEs in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, forging closer economic links between the European Union and Saudi Arabia and making the most of the opportunities that process creates is of great importance to all of us. And I'm sure that this investment forum will contribute greatly to this goal. So let me conclude and finish by thanking once again to our generous host to show us the expertise, to show us the dynamism, the pace of reforms in this country, the symbolism of new Saudi Arabia, which was so well presented in a visit of Diriyah, and that youthful, positive energy which is coming from all the meetings we had in Riyadh and the focus on the future. I can tell you that I spent here one day. My feeling will be I was here for a week, and that was just a reflection of the intensity and also the comprehensiveness of our exchanges. And for that, I really would like to thank wholeheartedly to our host. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to our future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks, undoubtedly setting the tone for fruitful discussions, inspiring collaborations, and fostering meaningful connections between Saudi and European investors, innovators, policymakers, and business leaders. Esteemed guests, it is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Luigi Di Maio, the European Union Special Representative for the Gulf region, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, as he shares his valuable opening remarks. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman, dear Minister Al-Faleh, dear Ministers, dear Executive Vice President Shefcovic, Excellencies, distinguished guests. I feel deeply honored to have the opportunity to attend and address today's first ever Saudi-EU Investment Forum in front of this distinguished audience. As you may know, I was appointed by all the EU, or 27 EU member states, also as the first ever EU Special Representative for the Gulf region, and started my mission on 1st June. Saudi Arabia was the first country that I visited in my new capacity in mid-July, and I finally understood how an Arabian summer feels like. However, as you see, I became fond of Riyadh, and I'm so happy to be back today And after today's forum, I will attend the 7th edition of the Future Investment Initiative later this week. The idea to create a position dedicated specifically to this region dates back to spring 2022, when the EU agreed its first ever political framework for a strategic partnership with the Gulf. A lot of first evers that we need to navigate and capitalize upon against the background of a geopolitical flux of our regions and the world. Change should not scare and deter us. It should inspire and motivate us to seize untapped opportunities and to generate a shared security and prosperity on strong foundations. The new European strategy for the Gulf region and my appointment are a strong testimony of the political will and ambition of the EU and its member states. They lay the foundation for a genuine and long-lasting strategic partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its brotherly countries of the GCC, based on trust, dialogue, respect, and results. This can only be a partnership between equals, where we listen to each other and care for each other's concern and interest in order to build ties for a shared future. This is why my priority for the first months has been to travel to the region, meet relevant ministers, friends, and the key decision makers, and listen to their priorities in order to find the converging points and build jointly a strong mandate of deliverables. Fully agree with what was already said by the Executive Vice President Šefčovič. Our immediate priority is to look at how we can now use the instruments at our disposal, including the IMEC initiative, the European Global Gateway, and the Team Europe approach to spur the necessary investments. The holding of this first Saudi-EU investment forum couldn't take place at a better time, just a few days after the GCC EU Foreign Ministers' Council in Muscat. The meeting and its final communiqué were a political milestone in taking forward our roadmap of deliverables. Moreover, in the same pragmatic logic, today's forum gives you a taste of our desire and shared strategic ambition to connect and empower our economies, our trade, our investment, and our companies. We want to do things differently and better as ever before. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region have adopted ambitious strategic visions, such as Vision 2030, to diversify their economies, transform their societies, and make them inclusive and fit for the future. The agenda of today's forum speaks volumes in that regard. We in the EU have adopted next-generation plans and a Green Deal that share the same ambitions. I strongly believe that the new EU strategy for the Gulf provides us with the best platform to reconcile our strategic ambitions, to empower one another and make us more resilient for the future. In order to do so, we need to find smart solutions to our trade and visa liberalization agenda. This is a priority for both you and us. I made use of the last months to listen to you, to the member states and EU institutions in Brussels, and I'm optimistic that we are on a good track. The newly announced India, Middle East, European corridor gives us new incentives to speed up solutions to our trade and visas as it opens up consequential new opportunities. This corridor will link the three regions through state-of-the-art connectivity infrastructure, helping to bring the economic relationship between them to a new level and providing improved access to goods, energy, and data to citizens and businesses. IMEC is also relevant given the ambition of the Gulf countries to play a central role in the provision of renewables and green hydrogen to the EU. However, we need to advance our regulatory convergence and create the conditions for a predictable EU aggregated demand. Climate change affects all of us severely. Next to saving our planet, this is also a smart way to do business. This is why we suggest that the EU and GCC climate ministers should meet at the upcoming COP28. COP28 is not only a great platform to relaunch our relation with the GCC countries, it is also a big test of how EU-GCC can better coordinate their positions in multilateral events fora. Moreover, we could envisage a similar encounter of respective trade ministers in the margin of WTO ministerial in Abu Dhabi next February. Finally, investment and economic development need predictability and a stable and secure environment. This is why the EU stands ready to support all the diplomatic efforts and initiatives, such as those led by Saudi Arabia or other countries in the region. They aim at opening dialogue, building confidence, reducing tensions, and creating a sustainable climate conducive to peaceful coexistence. This becomes even more important now in light of the recent terrible events in Israel and Gaza and the risk for the entire Gulf region. This is our responsibility. It is our responsibility to work together more and more also on this front. The EU-GCC Joint Council in Muscat, where we have agreed to launch the incoming months a regular and structured GCC-EU security dialogue at the level of senior officials, was an important step in this direction. Moreover, the Joint Council statement provided political endorsement to the EU initiative to organize next spring a high-level forum on regional security and cooperation at the level of foreign ministers. Have been entrusted with leading the organizing of this high-level forum, and it is our ambition to make the most of the envisaged exchanges in order to generate more ideas, more initiatives, and more trust that we care, help, and rely on one another. It is in this spirit of partnership I would like to conclude and wish you a successful, eye-opening, and inspirational forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is indeed vast potentials for collaboration, investment, and shared prosperity between the European Union and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will delve into the crucial topic of clean energy transition and the development of net zero industries as we confront the global challenges posed by climate change, the urgent need for a transition to clean energy sources, and the development of net zero industries has become paramount. The Saudi EU Investment Forum recognizes the importance of this shift and aims to harness the collective efforts and resources of both regions to drive sustainable development and create a greener future. To start a dynamic conversation about clean energy transition and the development of net zero industries, it is my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Dr. Marcus Kerber, Strategy Advisor for CDU and Board Member of Dur AG. Welcome, Dr. Marcus. And please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Minister of Energy with a bold vision for producing, exporting, and leading clean energy. I pass the mic to you, Dr. Marcus, and welcome, Your Royal Highness.
Well, Your Royal Highness, is it working? Can you hear me? Okay. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to open this very important Saudi EU Investment Forum with the presence of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, because the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the last almost a century since Aramco was founded in 1933, has been the centerpiece of the global energy system. And this centerpiece has always remained a key player. And in preparing for this session, I took a look at the latest World Energy Outlook by the International Energy Agency. And the amazing thing was that Fatih Birol and his team said, yes, the global energy system is under a threat since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the cutting off of the supply of oil and gas to the world. But it will be a speeding up of the trajectory to a new global energy system, which will be based more on renewables, which will see a circular carbon economy, and the World Energy Outlook also sees your country again in a new centerpiece role. And I think, Your Royal Highness, the audience would be extremely pleased if they could hear your thoughts on how the kingdom plans to be the central player or a central player in the world of renewables, how you see the evolvement of a circular carbon economy, and what role and what trajectory your government has given itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I keep maintaining that unfortunately my vocals are not necessarily equipped for conference. How about that? Is it okay? Okay. Well, unfortunately, my vocals are not equipped for conferences like this. I'm more inclined to small rooms and small talks. But I always keep telling people low vocals are helpful. Sometimes you never know when you may need to swallow your words. Be it as it may, I would like to welcome our friends and our guests, and I can assure you, effective late last night, they are no longer guests, they are friends and part of our fabric, as we have always been as Saudis. And if you don't mind, just give a word or two about what we are. What we are is simply Bedouin. We have been Bedouin, we continue to Bedouin, albeit modern Bedouin. And we are transitioning, yet we're maintaining our Bedouinness. Effectively, we are still host our guests with an open arms and open hearts. And now it is even an open country. Effectively, we speak what we believe, and we don't change our beliefs to ensure that we look good. But honestly, with what we are doing now, not only we can talk with a great deal of pride, but actually with a great deal of honesty that whatever we say shall happen. Driven by a young leadership that, as Mr. Khalid Al-Falih was saying, he is determined to ensure that we, as you have rightly have said, that we have been a pivot to the energy industry. I assure you we will continue to be the pivot to that industry. Not only that, but we will be challenging everybody to ensure that they can do what we are doing and compete with us if they can. We assure you none will compete with us, be it in the transitional phase, because again, we are embarking on a journey that makes us not only competitive, but actually our drive has much better connotation to it, which is being a model for all energy producers, for all those who are aspiring to build a modern energy system that is commensurate with the obligations that we have all concurred back in Paris in 2015 to attend to, which is the Paris Agreement. Our endeavor today is very simple. We want to do all of the above. And to do that, I think thematically, if I can sum it up in a very first, we honestly believe that on the outset, we should maintain our focus. With what is going on in the world, not only just recently, but even over the last 2 years, I think there are so many campuses that are being through, if I could call it a magnetic loop, being all over the place. We still have a steady campus, and it's giving us the direction, which is the Vision 2030, and it is a steady campus. It enables us to continue focusing. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have also maintained our focus for so many years in the we have had so many challenges to attend to. I could just name few ever since the Gulf War and onward. In fact, my entire career, which is now almost 36, 37 years, is all about attending to challenging times. And funny enough, whenever we think that the challenging time is over, another challenging time pops up. So we're familiar with handling both, maintaining our focus, attending to our future, yet attending to these challenging times as they come. So we have developed a kind of immunity as if we were vaccinated, as good as the vaccination we've had from COVID. That in mind, we are focused in attending to the Paris Agreement, to the letter and word of the Paris Agreement. We honestly believe that should continue happening while maintaining our commitment to the energy trilemma, which is to have a sustainable energy system, self-serving to help creating a sustainable economy, and maintaining our commitment to the issue of climate change. These three pillars have to be attended to, regardless of, because if we don't attend to energy security, if we don't attend to a sustainable economy, I'm afraid we will be lacking the capabilities and the ability and the enablers to attend to climate change. There is no order to them. They are fundamentally as equally important, and we have to attend to the trilemma as it is. Two, for that to happen, we need to be cognizant of the fact that we have to look at a holistic circular. And for that, we have come forth with the concept of the circular carbon economy. Circular economy was there. We had added that carbon just to ensure that we are much more focused. And actually, it entails with it not only necessarily carbon, but all greenhouse gases that affects climate change. And again, we are cognizant of what the letter and the word of the Paris Agreement. We also wanted to have a sense of focus. That framework of the circular carbon economy gives us a focus built on the four components, the 4 R's. And actually, we are keeping eye ourselves in how we can be achieving these 4 R's. Just to give you an example, and I just want to make sure that our friends from our European friends understand that we're doing all of the above. I will just use for the sake of time, 1 R, which is reduce. Well, we have one of the best efficiency programs. I think it was vetted even by our friends, the EU, US, and everywhere else. So, 2, we still have a price reform that would encourage more efficiency. 3, we are doing the 50-50. We're moving from liquids in our power, belatedly, unfortunately, but that's a reality. We're moving away from liquids to be used on utilities, to convert them into gas, and 50% of renewable. I would have to remind people that even the EU target is 45%, while ours is 50%. 3, we're not doing it without being aware of that transition requirements. But we are also cognizant of the fact that we should be inclusive. That is, for attending to climate change, some arrangements would need to be done, which is focus on emissions on all sectors of all greenhouses, because this is ultimately will allow people to be included, especially if you are mindful of their national circumstances. And these are not my words. It was embedded in Paris Agreement. And we could carry on with that. But I assure you, our target is to not just to do it, not to be dragged in doing it. No. I would have to tell you, and I'm committed to that, we want to be the model.
Then allow me one question, Your Royal Highness. In the group of G20 countries, the Kingdom has a very credible brokerage role between what used to be the Western or the developed countries, the OECD countries, and the so-called group of Global South countries, and Europe tends to overlook that for the foreseeable next 2 or 2.5 decades, when humanity grows from 8 billion people to 10 billion people, a lot of countries in the Global South will have to prioritize development and growth over sustainability, because politically they are forced to do that. And what could be a solution in the wider macroeconomic picture of a circular carbon economy is that those countries who will have to use fossil fuels for the next 20 years or so, for lack of alternatives, should be offered a offsetting mechanism by things like CCUS happening in countries such as not only the Kingdom, but also Norway is a country that offers that. Do you see a scope here internationally that goes beyond the Kingdom and the European Union to come to a global compromise which yet again emphasizes the country that your role can play in things that we do not, in my opinion, give enough attention to in Europe, such as direct capturing of carbon, but also CCUS?
The circular carbon economy espouses all of the above solutions. To the extent also we're talking about removing. And removing is so crucial because let's not forget that 1/3 of the world population are suffering energy poverty. We have a team, I think our friends saw their work. We would love to get, in fact, I am approaching so many companies to have that reality check and more important to have the moral commitments that we cannot keep the 2.2 billion people behind. I spent last week or the week before and I'll give you an example. We hosted willingly the Middle East Climate Change Week. Nobody slapped our hands, nobody pushed us, nobody shoved us. Actually, we fought to host, which we were granted. And the challenge that people thought we would be challenged is how could they host that event and yet can come out with an image and a reality check on what we are doing. In fact, we invited everybody actually to come and see what we want to do. We were confident that what we would demonstrate to everybody is something that would lead people to reconfigure us in a different image than the image that has been we've been tainted with. But regardless, we wanted again to demonstrate what we are doing in reality and how much we could do more if, again, the concept of inclusiveness, if the concept of all of the above is to be attended to. I think the whole world would run a better chance, as you have rightly said, that we should just, again, congregate on emissions and emissions only. How could you get countries in Africa, in Southeast Asia, who are barely, it's more or less hand-to-mouth situation. There are people that we physically work with, and we have teams in the ground working with these people. They would have to cut trees. They would have to burn trees to convert it to charcoal, and that charcoal would be sold, upon which they would be able to buy food. This is how severe the situation is. I cannot go and convince them that they should abandon that without giving them another proper solution. That's why in our Climate Week, we induce something different even, which is not only to give them clean energy, but also intertwine it with e-education, with e-medicine, which is, again, it could be an anomalies that can help uplifting these people in learning, in training, and in wellness in general, of which then I even said, it's a 15 minutes in conversation, that wherever you are in the spectrum, being a mercantilist or being a humanist, there is a case to be made that even if you want to take it from pure economical point of view, uplifting the 2.2 billion people well-being actually enhance the world economy, create better growth, and bringing this 2.2, and I was right, and I will continue saying it, amongst those 2.2 billion, and I would use myself as an example, I believe honestly that probably 70% of those 2.2 billion people have a better IQ than myself. The difference, I was given an opportunity. They were not given an opportunity. And if we are to be faithful to the idea of climate change and reduction of emissions, there is a platform there that we can all cohesively can work with. And we could work in everyone. But to go into this cherry-picking selectivity as if this, it is actually in my judgment, and I hope I'm not wrong, and I hope that I did not lose my political sensibility, but then you are almost making climate change not only an objective, but actually a mean to get rid of something. I don't think this is honorable. I think what is the most honorable thing is to, as we have, and said it quite a few times, there is a climate change. There is a science that we believe that says the climate change is happening. We need to address that, but we need to address it in a proper, collective, comprehensive way that takes into account natural circumstances, goes all through the sectors, using all different technologies. And as I said earlier, we're here to demonstrate that this can be done here. And if it can be done here, the incubator of the biggest hydrocarbon resource country, I think it can happen elsewhere, because there actually they don't have the choices that we have.
Well, Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I think you have set the tone of this Saudi EU Investment Forum, because you've shown us the dimension of the challenge that we have to meet, both Europe and the Kingdom. But you have also not left out the rest of the world, as we keep naming the bigger part of the world. It's not the rest of the world, it's the majority of the world.
Absolutely.
And their problems. And I'm very grateful to have had the honor to moderate this fireside chat. And thank you once again on behalf of everyone in here for the great hospitality of the Kingdom to have this forum here. One final word, of course.
One final word. We're ready. We spent 4 hours, 3 hours in the ministry, and then we had then 2 hours of happy hour, a Saudi happy hour, just to make sure that people don't take it. A Puritan Saudi happy hour, but regardless of that, our guests were there. I wasn't physically there. I actually had to be here in this place attending to another function in regard to the President of Korea. But it was even better, because the fact that I wasn't there, I have the solidest team that I am so proud of that team beyond your imagination, to the extent that I would trust them to sit with our friends here and speak up their minds. Almost all of those who spoke were below 30 years. And I'm so even proud to tell you that most of them were females. And this is the new Saudi Arabia that really had to be plugged into people's mind, where you have a government now that is more competent and fighting over talent with the private sector. This is the kind of image that we want you to come out with. So it is young, invigorated, determined Saudi Arabia, and nothing, no circumstances, no situation, nothing would let us forgo our goals and ambitions, because it is not my fight. It is not my ambitions. It's this youthful, energetic generation that will do it for their own sake and for the sake of their own children. Thank you.
I think there's only word I can say in this is shukran. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now welcome you to the first panel of this investment forum. The panel is called Energy Transition and Net Zero Industries. And I'm very pleased to have a perfect mix of panelists here with me, because they combine the world of supranational, i.e. European and national politics and regulation, together with 4 globally leading companies in the field of energy transition. And with no specific order, but with a look at the time requirements, I warmly welcome the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Šefčovič. Please come onto the stage. I furthermore welcome the Finnish Minister for the Development and Foreign Trade. Okay. Tavio, I see that we have a firm order here, and with no further ado, I'm especially honored to welcome the CEO of a Solvay company onto the stage. I have to see where you will be seated. Mrs. Ilham Kadri will be over there. Thank you very much. Furthermore, the CEO of SABIC, Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Fachi, please come onto the stage. I already mentioned the company that is the very centerpiece of the global energy system, and from Aramco, I warmly welcome here Mr. Ashraf Al-Gassawi, and last but not least, from Aqua Power here in Saudi Arabia, my good friend Marco Arcelli. Here he comes. I actually was planning to start with Mrs. Kadri, but then I was told, and I hope you forgive me, that we have a protocolar restriction, and that is Mr. Šefčovič has to leave at 11 o'clock. So I hope Mrs. Kadri forgives me that I start with Mr. Šefčovič. You have been privy now over the last 24 hours to very important discussions with senior decision makers in the kingdom. And we all know that the EU Green Deal and the Vision 2030 of the kingdom have some strategic overlaps and similarities in the targets. And I think they have technological and industrial compartmentalities. Where do you see the partnership being in, say, 10 years, which would be 2033, through the eyes of the EU Commission? You have to get it as close as you can to your mouth, then it should work.
Okay. Now it's better? I'm not sure.
Can we? The technician is about to come. Hold on a second.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First and foremost, apologies to our colleagues, our only lady on the panel, and I really appreciate it. I had the opportunity to go first to continue with a very intense program of bilateral meetings here in Riyadh. And as you pointed out, I have to say that I had the first-hand experience with what His Excellency Royal Highness described as a new Saudi Arabia. Dynamism, reforms, enormous expertise in the room, as it was also highlighted. Half of the team been very impressive young female experts looking at all aspects from recycling down to the increased production of renewables and possible cooperation with Europe. And you've been also very correct underscoring the fact that European Union and Saudi Arabia are very complementary in what we want to achieve, not only in 10, but also 20, 30 years. As you know, we want to be climate neutral economy by 2050. Saudi Arabia has the same goal for 2060. And already as of 2030, we want to make sure that hydrogen will play a very important role in decarbonizing, especially the energy intensive industry, powering some of very important mode of transports like hydrogen trains, which with a big pride is, I think, the very concrete results of Saudi-European cooperation, and the Alstom train will be clearly tested here and demonstrating, how can you use the hydrogen in this regard. So I think that our goals by 2030 to have more than 10 million tons of green hydrogen produced in Europe and 10 million tons imported to Europe, it just clearly shows the scale of the cooperation in that regard. And same goes for carbon capture and storage. Here again, we are very complementary because in 2 weeks, we in the European Commission are coming with a proposed strategy, how to develop and promote these technologies. And Saudi Arabia has enormous experience and potential, and they want to create one of the biggest hubs for storing CO2 underground. So this is just a few examples I would mention. What I would suggest as somebody who always would like to have a, let's say, practical follow-up, I think that our mutual agreement that we should accelerate the work on having European Chamber of Commerce present and active here in Riyadh as a first in the region would be a very important signal and very important platform, because it would create more interaction between businesses, because we politicians can create the framework and the conditions, but in the end the relationship is strong if businesses come and consolidate it through clear commercial contracts. Then what I was proposing to both my interlocutors, the honorable ministers, was that we should also focus more on sectoral cooperation, because clearly standardization, regulation should be discussed, agreed, and we should operate with the same standard and same specifications, because it's very important for mutual trade. And what we discussed yesterday at the Ministry of Energy, I was glad to hear that, for example, the methodology, how to distinguish which hydrogen is green and blue, is the same in Europe and in Saudi Arabia, which I think it's opened, of course, the new possibilities for the cooperation. So clearly we would be very complementary. We could be very important partners in energy cooperation, in energy transformation, and in greening the world, if I can use this expression, because both want to be climate neutral in the second half of the century.
Then maybe one final question before you have to leave. Over the last 25 years, outsiders could have gotten the impression that the EU, in particular with Germany in some leading function, was basing its macroeconomic models on supply of energy from Russia and trading a lot with East Asia, i.e. China. Does the current developments, especially with the climate transformation and the climate change industry, foresee a shift in the pivot from East Asia and Russia to the Middle East and Northern Africa? Because given the geographical exposition of the belt from Rabat to Riyadh, this is an enormous potential for renewables and energy supply to Europe, which we may have overlooked over the last 25 years. Just what is your view?
I think, again, you are absolutely correct that I think the last year's clearly demonstrated how dependencies can become very, very expensive. I mean, we paid enormous price for being so dependent on the fossil supplies from Russia, and we are paying it until now because our energy prices in Europe, be it for oil or for gas, are still well above what the European consumers and especially European businesses been used to. So clearly for us, one of the lessons learned is that you have to diversify. You have to diversify where you get your critical raw materials from, which we also discussed with the Honorable Minister responsible for this area yesterday. We have to diversify where you get your fossil fuel from, and also how can you make sure that you would have different suppliers of the equipment for what we want to develop as much as possible, our indigenous own energy coming from solar and from wind. What was very encouraging yesterday was that the Saudis, of course, are studying with a great detail the common purchase of gas, which I started the last year. We are just doing it for a couple of months. I can tell you that it's a big success. So we managed to aggregate the demand for the gas. We are approaching global suppliers, and in this way we already got the bids for more than 50 billion cubic meters, which is really helping us a lot in offsetting all that dependency on Russia, which was built in the system of Germany or wider European Union for decades. And one very clear message which I'm bringing with me back home to Brussels is that they would like us to do the same with hydrogen, because for the potential big producers of hydrogen like Saudi Arabia, they would like to see what is the demand, not only, let's say, from the political declaration, but what the real companies would like to do, where that hydrogen would be needed, can we transport it, what are the timelines, and therefore I will be pushing very hard for having the same or similar mechanism for aggregating the demand for hydrogen. We will be starting with the first auction organized by our hydrogen banks in 2 weeks' time. We are going to spend 800 million euros just to test the system to see how this works, and we will be optimizing gradually. So the potential is huge. When I talk to the industry, be it steelers, car manufacturers, I mean, they are very much interested in having green steel, in having, let's say, CO2-free components and products, and hydrogen clearly is one of the media through which we can achieve it. So again, I would say big complementarity, but we have to work very closely to have the same standards, to understand what our next moves are, because only in that case we could have that synergy which would bring the necessary economic effect.
Well, thank you very much. Shukran.
Shukran.
Mr. Šefčovič, I'm aware you have to leave to make it to the airport. It was a very, very valuable contribution to see the EU Commission's vision of a partnership between this region and Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's now my pleasure to address Mrs. Kadri. You are running Solvay, one of the most important, not only one of the most important chemicals and advanced materials companies, but I think Solvay is one of those companies that epitomizes the industrial strength of Europe, which was always somewhat built through connections and connectivity with the region here, at least over the last 100 years. And your company has given itself the goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. How do you want to go about it? What are your main cornerstones in turning a company around and on this trajectory?
Well, thank you, Marcus. Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be back in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I lived in this region between 2009 and 2013, spent most of my time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and with His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, at that time he was leading Aramco, we built the first reverse osmosis desalination plants, not using a droplet of oil. We using electricity. Back in 2012, 2013, my employer at that time was Dow Chemical. So really glad to be back and see a big vision about actually going beyond oil. So yeah, Solvay, I have the honor to lead this company since 2019. You're right, it's a 160-year-old company. That's our anniversary this year. We've been around since a while, and we're going through this transformation. And obviously, I represent the chemical industry here. It's hard to abate. We are called part of the problem, and it's true. We are the 6th largest emitter of CO2 in the world, yet I believe we are part of the solution, because chemistry is the mother of all industries. I'm a chemist, so I'm a bias, so I get it. That's my background. But I really mean it. There is no circularity, there is no digitalization, connectivity, lightweighting, electrification, green hydrogen without chemistry. And chemistry is a science. So how we do it with Solvay? When I joined the company back in 2019, we were cutting our emissions half Paris, right? When I asked my team, can we join Paris, they said, wow, it's going to be very tough, Ilham, and it's going to cost us a lot of money. And I asked them to dream big, to bring back an ambition which scares them and me. That's what we did. So Paris required 1%. We joined Paris in 2019. Believe it or not, we did 2%, twice Paris, 2x, every year since 2019, while being more profitable every year. We became a cash machine. We're a good company. We're emerging stronger from crisis. And yet, we are overachieving Paris agreements. At the level that now we are SBTI, we are Scope 3. We just got the approval by Science Based Targets Initiative on Scope 3 back in Q2 this year. So we are embarking our suppliers and working with our... So how we did that? An ambition bigger than you, tone at the top, leadership matters. Second, we put an internal tax. There is no carbon pricing around the world yet in Europe. We have a carbon pricing in China, in Middle East, in the US, in Europe, inside Solvay. And we put carbon pricing at 50 euro a ton when it was 25 back in 2019. We put it at 100 when it was 50 back in 2021. So way before the Russian war. And that helps us, because if you impact the pocket, you impact the behaviors in organizations. Number two, we start gathering projects. How we can do that? We're engineers. We like to have roadmaps. Today we have 50 projects around the world which are worth removing 2 million cars, diesel cars every year off the road. We need 4 times this to reach carbon neutrality, which you're right, we committed to by 2050 latest. Actually, all businesses are going to reach neutrality by 2040, but one, soda ash, because it's still using coal. We have 5 plants using coal, and we committed to exit coal latest by 2030. So it's step by step. I think you need to have a vision, a bolder one, a bigger one, not to be afraid to really aim high. You need to have framework, like carbon pricing for us inside the company was an accelerator. You need to have a roadmap, which we made it transparent, visible. We communicate. You can find this in our website. You need to incentivize your organization accordingly. It should not be a CEO job. It should be the business president job to aim for neutrality every day, not a Friday or a December type of exercise. And then Scope 3 is important. I think this is Scope 1 and 2, so what you do inside your walls, what you control, but it's important to also embark your suppliers, right? If your suppliers, they don't give you carbon footprints and transparency, they don't give you clean technologies, you are not going to make it, and the same to for our customers. So we embarked our suppliers, we talked to 500 of them. We did a speed dating around how we can help them on carbon transparency. Not all of them have the means to follow the Green Deal, to build such sophisticated framework, and it's our duty to bring them, specifically the small and medium-sized companies. And downstream, and I will finish with that, we need a language. There is not yet a language, a common one on Scope 3 downstream. It's more complicated. It happens that I'm chair of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. It's a non-profit. We have 230 companies agnostic to industry. And we are trying with the WBCSD, we will be present in the COP28, to really build that language end to end. To promote lightweight, to promote electrification, circularity. The world will become circular. What does it mean being circular? So all of those languages need to happen and need to be harmonized across the board. And obviously we need the public-private. We cannot do it alone. Solvay cannot do it alone. We need partners with our suppliers, with the authorities, and we need the journey. We need that transition to be managed accordingly. Back to you.
You also mentioned in one of your very first sentences that the solution is within science, it's within chemistry. And I think your company is one of the prime examples, because in your advanced materials division, I'm sure you work on solutions that go way beyond your own carbon neutrality, enables customers all along value chains to do more for carbon neutrality. Can you shed a little bit of light on what's happening? Because I think we talk way too much about the problem having been created in the past, and not enough about what science can offer us and technology can offer us going forward to solve this problem.
Absolutely, Marcus. I mean, here I spoke about cleaning my house in scope 1 and 2. But you're right, the solution we bring, I'm not sure the audience is aware, our competitors are not the other chemical companies. It's metal. I hope there are not many metal producers here. We love you, but we like to replace you, because any metallic objects can be replaced with advanced material. We make it lighter. If it's mobile, it consumes less fuel. It emits less CO2. We are synonymous to clean mobility. So be it a car, under the hood application, you find us next to the motor or in a battery material. You will find us in your airplanes in the wing. We replace metal, and the composite material are penetrating aircrafts, or simply in your e-bike, right? So we are synonymous to clean mobility. Green hydrogen, we just invested in Italy in our membranes, which are gonna, allow to produce green hydrogen from renewable electrolyzing water to make green hydrogen, where the kingdom, there is a huge opportunity for green and blue hydrogen. To do that, you need advanced material, but you need also pressure vessels made out of composites for storage, right? And for transportation. And with Aramco and other, players here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, we talk a lot about non-metallic in energy transformation, in oil and gas, right? To have rises, for example, offshore, we have major, investments with advanced material. So yeah, it's true for clean mobility. It's true for solar, for wind, for example. You need composite material for storage of hydrogen, for pipes and tubular, equipment. So yeah, the advanced material are there to allow our customers to be sustainable, to allow our customers to become compliant with Paris and hopefully with 1.5-degree trajectory, because we are their scope 3. And that's why you need science. That's why you need major partnership with big customers, and we need critical mass. We need it at cost. That's the problem of Europe, and I'm so happy that this is a Europe, a kingdom the conversation, because EU is facing a major energy crisis today, right? Not only due to the Russian war, obviously, but also because it's adopted the Green Deal, which is extremely bold and ambitious, and it needs partners like the kingdom. And having that in mind, we need scale. As an industry, I need it at cost. If not, I cannot be competitive, and therefore I cannot be sustainable.
Thank you very much. And it gives me a perfect example to say that science in Europe, as we have known it over the last 500-600 years, would not have been possible with the mathematics from this area, and by the way, with the invention of the glasses. So going back a long, long time, but it has to always be stressed how we have in the past worked together quite powerfully. Now I come to the next powerful company, SABIC, and I welcome Mr. Al-Fachi. And the chemicals industry is not only the #1 consumer of energy, but also the 3rd biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. And when I spoke with His Royal Highness, I was painting that picture that will eventually become reality, a world with 10 billion human beings, i.e. we will need more chemistry. We will need more chemical production. So as Mrs. Kadri has said, the chemical industry is at the core of the solution. How does your company go about it?
Thank you very much, Marcus.
I think we need the technician one more time. Now it should work.
Yeah, it work now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Marcus, and good morning to you all. It is my great pleasure and honor to be among great leaders here and greatest panelists here in this forum. And I thank Minister Khalid Al-Faleh and the entire team of Ministry of Investment for such kind of organization and a great gathering. Let me first agree with Ilham that the chemical industry, it is part of the problem, but not all the problem. But fortunate and unfortunate, everybody looking at us to be the solution. We can be also part of the solution, but we need very collaborative among all stakeholders. Let me just describe where is the chemical industry here. Actually, the position of the chemical industry, it is in the middle. We are in the middle between the energy and feedstock provider, like our parent company Aramco, and our customers and final consumers, that they are also looking for us to solve the problems and bring very innovative and very sustainable material to them, as well as the feedstock provider and energy and utility providers that are looking at us also as a scapegoat also to help them to decarbonize and to have a very sustainable, solutions for the climate change. So the climate change thinks that the energy transition is the solution. It could be the solutions. So in SABIC, we are taking this very serious since the establishment of SABIC in 1976, where SABIC has been established as a sustainable company by collecting all the flared gas that are associated with the production of oil in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the 60s and 70s, make sure that there is a gas system has been built by the government, and convert and also have upgraded value for these hydrocarbon resources into very sustainable day. So sustainability is part of the SABIC DNA. And we start, by the way, in the last 10, 20 years, our investment in the technology and innovation related to the climate change, energy mix, decarbonization, sustainability is more than anything else. It's more than 50% of our spending towards this. So this does help us in reducing our carbon footprint. And we are committed to reduce our carbon footprint and to be neutral by 2050. Actually, by the 2022, we have reduced our carbon footprint by 10%. And our aim is to reduce it by 2030 to the 20% by having better operational efficiency and by focusing on some of the innovations. And let me just tell you that the main driver for us, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for our sustainability and carbon neutrality is coming from two things. First thing is the carbon circular economy, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia during the presidency of the G20, the custodian of the two holy mosques announced for the first time the circular carbon economy, which has been endorsed by the 20 leaders. And that circular carbon economy, we have started it, and I think we are taking it very serious to make sure that these carbons is not only being reduced or removed or recycled, but also to get utilized in a better way. SABIC has started more than 15 years back in developing a technology to capture our CO2 emissions, and not only to capture it and to use it, but also to purify that that CO2 to the level that you can use it in the beverages and in the desalination. So same thing in Europe. We are taking the waste plastics and try to produce pyrolysis oil and hydrotreat it in the way that it can be used as a fresh material. And I think this is great because our aim is to have at least 2 million tons by 2030 as a feedstock from the collection of the waste of the plastic as a feedstock. So SABIC is committed to this. We are committed to the carbon neutrality by 2050. We are spending a lot of investment to make sure that we be responsible company in terms of sustainability. As Ilham said, Solvay is not the only one that can solve the problem. Same thing here. SABIC is not the only company that can do this. We need a very collaborative work from the policymakers, regularity makers, the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, all together that we have one vision. But I can tell you, if we continue to have that diversion between the global south and global north, this is going to be a big problem. If we see that Asia is a big market for the demand of the energy and chemicals, and we are not working together, and we are not understanding each other, and we are not doing the policies together, then this is going to be a big diversion, and that big diversion, it needs more time that we can work together.
From your global activities, when you meet people from all around the world, do you have the feeling that politics and sometimes economics have demonized the word carbon? Because where I come from in Europe, it's almost impossible in some discussions to talk sensibly about carbon, to talk about the molecule C in a scientific way. And is this something that you also endeavor and meet in your daily context?
Definitely, we feel this, and I think the problem is not them, the problem is us. I don't think that we have enough education about the use of the carbon. We think the carbon is only attached to the carbon dioxide, and it comes as an emission. But I think it is carbon, I think it has helped the humanity in so many things. And I can tell you, during the COVID-19, during the 2020 and 2021. This carbon, by the way, it helped the whole world, and it saves a lot of lives by producing material related to the medical, related to the healthcare, related to the packaging, related to the handling of the material. Advanced material is coming from the sea. But I don't think that we have enough education and to the people to tell them how we can utilize that sea. In the meantime, that I think we need to be responsible in the industry, in the chemical industry, and how to make sure that this emission of this carbon dioxide is totally eliminated by neutrality. And this is very important. And I can see, because I'm part of the industry, and I know most of the leaders in the chemical industry, that we are determined to reduce the carbon footprint around the world. But I don't think that we have the same determination to make sure that the policymakers, regulators, and the general population, that they understand how this carbon works.
Thank you very much. I would now like to turn to the esteemed minister from Finland, a very influential European country when it comes to energy policy and other issues. Your country has given itself an ambitious goal for carbon neutrality, and you have, at least in Central Europe, caused some ripples by saying we will go renewable by wind, solar, and hydropower, but also nuclear. I was wondering, what is the Finnish game plan to achieve the carbon neutrality? Which are your companies and industries that you see contributing most, and what is the Finnish way that people can learn here from you? Over to you.
Thank you, Markus. It's great to be here in Saudi Arabia. It's my first time. I just arrived yesterday evening. And I'm happy to promote businesses and innovations between European Union countries and Saudi Arabia. We have great solutions. We share the goal of carbon neutrality, like you mentioned. Our aim is 2035. We already produce our electricity over 90% by fossil-free energy. Like you mentioned, we have a wide palette of energies that we use. Nuclear is big, and then we invested a lot to wind and solar. The hydrogen is the next coming wave, which we are investing quite a lot, and we make already green steel, for example. Our government is very pro-private companies, very business-minded government, and the key element for us in the like you mentioned, in the difficult atmosphere sometimes, we cooperate with the companies, and we as a government have made roadmaps with the companies and also industry specific. So we got all the companies involved in this, and I think it's a way to keep the companies very competitive. So we underline that when we are achieving our climate targets, which are very ambitious and therefore a little bit difficult to achieve, of course, also. We work with the companies, and therefore we ensure the boost in competitiveness, but also the consumer pricing and all the cost for the people, because you need to have people also benefiting from these solutions. And on the other side, we have the clean tech solutions. So I speak in overall that our companies are specialized at investing in clean tech. So already we have many great companies working with Saudi Arabia for quite a long time already, and I think there's quite a lot to come.
And how was the response of the Finnish industrial community, the Finnish business community, when 2035 was being announced as the target?
Oh well, I'm sure that it's of course pretty industry dependent, because more like mentioned here earlier, more difficult for others than others. But the overall mindset is very cooperative, and there's been fairly little complaints lately. As I mentioned, when we do it together with the companies, then we also make sure the best way that their competitiveness is not hurt. And this is something that we are being very cautious about, because you are concerned with all these many other things, like the security of supply chain. So you cannot basically risk the basic need for the industries, but rather let them evolve. And I think technological advantage, the technological innovations is the key point in that, and that's why our government is also investing a lot to the new research and development.
You are one of the most technology-savvy members of the European Union. You just have to do one visit to Finland, and you know it's 5G everywhere. It's very digital. It's a really advanced, integrated economy. And I think you're, in the words of His Royal Highness, also one of the nations in Europe that does an all-inclusive approach. You use all the technology that is available to become carbon neutral. Quite frankly, what do we have to do in Europe to be more Finnish? This might be a boring question for the Saudi audience, but it always surprises me how pragmatic countries in the north are as opposed to the center of Europe.
Oh, well, nuclear energy is a good thing. I think we let people to buy the solar panels to their homes by themselves, which is very cost beneficial, and you might need some incentive, but to a certain point, and when you know that it's we might have always a new electricity crisis. I mean, I think people are really interested of risking those, and it's quite secure. I think we also have the building that is very low in emissions. So everything we build is designed so that the emissions are low. And you have to remember, we are a very cold country, so we use a lot of energy to heating, where in Saudi Arabia would be needing a lot of energy to cooling. But we can, in both of those, we can do them very low with the low energy cost. and very efficiently. So I think the overall approach is something that is might be learned from Finland, but we have the difficulties, and we try to find the positive, innovative way to move forward. So I think we can do it together.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn to Marco Argelli, CEO of Aqua Power, whose headquarters I think are basically around the corner, if I'm not wrong. You are one of the big decarbonization players in the region and of course in the kingdom. I think you have installed energy base of more than 50 gigawatt, and you're one of the big players in desalination, which brings me back to Mrs. Kadri. What can Europe learn from what your company is doing here?
So I think today we celebrate basically the two blocks that have the most ambitious decarbonization program in the world, the European Union and Saudi Arabia. We have been gifted and grateful to be at the center of the decarbonization program in Saudi Arabia. We're responsible to deliver 70% of the renewable energy that will be installed in this country. And to give you an order of magnitude of the scale of the program here in Saudi Arabia, we're going to install between 60 and, let me say, 80, 100 gigawatt of renewables, depending on the growth that we're going to have. We're going to install 30 gigawatt of combined cycle cogeneration to greenify also the, let me say, remaining flexible generation. So altogether, we're going to install in the span of 10, 12 years, basically 1 to 1.5 times the total capacity of Saudi Arabia. We have been at the forefront of bringing prices down and efficiency down. We drove down the price of photovoltaic, of concentrated solar power by up to 80%, but we did the same also in desalination. It's not very well known. If we compare the first plant 15 years ago and the plant that we are installing today, they consume more than 80% less energy. How did we do that? We acted really as a bridge. We went through the world to scout all technologies and all solutions that were available. And we acted actually as a bridge between the European Union and Saudi Arabia already. We are installing equipment from Germany, for instance, and from Italy on the NEOM green hydrogen company, the biggest export project for green hydrogen. It's about 1.2 million tons of green ammonia equivalent. That might not mean a lot to many people, but it's an $8.5 billion investment that is going to come online by the end of 2026. We brought technologies from France, from Spain in desalination, and in the other sectors that we work on. We work with research centers, Fraunhofer in Germany and so on. So we try to bring the best to Saudi Arabia. We developed this solution that now we're ready to export and bring back in the world. We're now decarbonizing the economies of 14 countries around the world. A lot of that also thanks, and actually it's a big thank you to the support of EBRD, the European Union, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, that is really instrumental in making sure that in a lot of the developing countries we can install the technologies that we developed. We think that energy and water can be an element, we heard it before with all the tensions that are coming again, of stabilization, and we believe really this corridor that goes through India, from India through the Middle East, in particular through Saudi Arabia, and potentially Tunisia, Egypt, can be an element really of stabilization. What we need to work on together, as we heard before, how do we aggregate, how do we find the solution for green hydrogen, the new molecules that we will need to use for the hard-to-abate sectors? How do we find a way to bridge the gap today between an expectation for the future and what we have today? And I think that actually the big gap today is not so much about price, but about how long this transition will take. That is where we need to work on together.
And do you see a vision in or do you have a vision for 2035, 2040, where Europe, Central Europe, is much more linked to the region in terms of green fuels and green electricity?
I am absolutely confident that the decarbonization of Europe will have to go through Saudi Arabia. I just made some rough calculation. So if Europe wants to use 10 million tons of green hydrogen, that is about 50 times the size of the Neon Green Hydrogen project, which uses a land of about 300 square kilometers between the wind, the solar, the electrolyzers capacity, the transmission lines to bring it all together. But we have here 3,000 to 3,500 hours of sun a year. So it's 3 times what you have in Europe. We have more or less the same wind. So assume that as a balance, we have twice the efficiency, let me say, in the radiance, in the amount of energy that we get from nature. Then it means that you need 100 times the surface in Europe. That's a surface as big as Belgium that will need to be covered with solar panels, with wind turbines. So I really believe that a decarbonization of Europe will be done most efficiently if we link Saudi Arabia and potentially some of the countries, other countries where we are developing similar projects like Tunisia, Egypt, for instance, through Europe, through a corridor that will link the two economies together. The other thing that we see is that when we talk to European Union partners is first, European Union has a little bit of a gap between the infrastructure in Northern Europe and Southern Europe. So the whole Southern Europe, down to Bavaria, Baden-Württemberg, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, some of the biggest manufacturing centers in Europe will naturally be served by the southern coast rather than by the North Sea. So that is one big thing that will further link, I think, this region to Europe.
I think in the presence of our Finnish colleague, I need to stress that most industries in northern Germany and northern Europe look to Norway and to Finland and to Sweden to get their supply. But I think the important thing is Europe needs to get its neighbors and its northern members more introduced into its electricity production. And I think the south is by far the most important one, given that Spain, Italy, southern Germany, Austria, Switzerland has this enormous demand for electricity. And I was in Andalusia about 2 weeks ago, and they have the same vision, the south of Spain, than Saudi Arabia has, to become a prime part of a belt of renewables producers, as I said, stretching from Rabat to Riyadh. I cannot finalize this panel without having Mr. Al-Ghassemi talking for Aramco. We wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for Aramco for the last 90 years. And I was wondering, how do you see this, first of all, what we've discussed in this panel, and where do you see the role of Aramco in the decarbonization of Europe and maybe the wider world?
Well, first of all, let me start by saying it's really a pleasure to be here in the forum alongside the esteemed panel members. The way we see Aramco, honestly, is playing a pivotal and leading role towards decarbonizing, not only the industry but also countries. It is first and foremost important to emphasize that the story of decarbonization and emissions reduction in Aramco is not something new. This is a story that began in the 1970s. Abdurrahman referred to it with the construction of the master gas system. That was a major step that was taken to reduce almost the entire gas flaring in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But most importantly, if you look at what's been happening at Aramco over the past 20 years, with flare minimization, with efficiency improvement programs, that paid tremendous dividends into our operations. This is why today, if you look at Aramco, we are the lowest emissions per barrel, we are the lowest methane intensity, and we are the lowest in terms of flaring. So one important conclusion that we can draw out of this is that it can be done. We proved that it is quite possible. Now, going forward, as we talk about the energy transition, naturally the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia declared its ambitions to have a net zero by 2060. Saudi Aramco obviously is aligned with that vision, and our approach to it is multi-fold. It is the all-inclusive that Abdurrahman and other panel members highlighted. Well, what is Aramco doing? Well, first, we're now an investor in renewables energy. We're partnering with Aqua Power, and we're partnering with the Public Investment Fund in a 40 gigawatt development project. We will own about 12 gigawatt of that in our portfolio. We're also in the final phase of doing the detailed engineering of the world's largest carbon capture and sequestration project. in partnership with SLB or Schlumberger and Linde. This is going to be a major development that will help not only provide Saudi Aramco with its decarbonization requirements, but also will allow other kingdom emitters to utilize this. We're also looking carefully at hydrogen. Saudi Aramco is expressing a lot of interest in looking at hydrogen and following what's happening. So we have announced plans to look at producing up to 2 million tons per annum of hydrogen by the year 2030. That's roughly 11 million tons of ammonia. And I think if Abdurrahman would permit me to speak on behalf of both Aramco and SABIC, we're two companies that are just not talking or planning in terms of hydrogen. We actually demonstrated not so long ago a certified shipment to Korea, South Korea, that helped both companies look at the supply chain. How would the hydrogen supply chain work, the conversion to ammonia and whatnot. So Aramco is doing multiple things to look at what are those various technologies and solutions that we can provide the world in terms of low carbon and emissions reduction. And to put it best, it's in the words of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, as he said today, he would like Saudi Arabia to be the model energy provider to the world, and obviously Saudi Aramco is a very important component of that story.
Well, the thing is, I would have at least 50 questions more, but this red timeline here tells me that we're just stopped on time. But one final question to you as a representative of Aramco. Is there enough knowledge in Europe and in other parts of the world of how big and how near the solution is? Because it is near, but nobody believes that. We're being obsessed by another narrative, and the narrative is called the end is nigh. And we're in a spiral of pessimism, at least in Europe and in other Western countries. How can we have the breakthrough?
Well, there's no doubt that this narrative is there, but ultimately it's a collective and collaborative effort. We recognize that such narrative exists, but as we speak, we are working with a lot of European partners on a variety of solutions that will help, address and minimize the concerns on such a narrative. So, we're working with Repsol in Spain to look at technologies to produce synthetic fuels. We're partnering with Siemens in direct air capture. I've mentioned Linde and Schlumberger collaboration on carbon capture sequestration. So, we're trying to address it through collaboration, raising awareness, advocating what the energy industry position. Ilham started this panel by saying we're part of the solution. Abdurrahman emphasized it. So I would argue we're not only part of the solution, we are going to be the industry that paves the way to a lower carbon world, lower carbon economies, and make sure that we all combat climate change and address the issue of emissions.
What an optimistic statement to end with. Thank you very much to all panelists. I was given, it's like back home with my wife, I was given a piece of paper saying what I have to do, and I have to finish now. Thank you very much. Shukran for all your contributions. And I think this was a very good opening panel for the investment forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What an exciting exchange of ideas and insights. Thank you, Dr. Marcus, and your esteemed panelists for a great session exploring the vast investment opportunities and dynamic approaches that arise from clean energy transition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will embark on a journey that delves into the pivotal role of connectivity and sustainable mobility in driving economic growth and enhancing the quality of life. It's my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, CEO and partner at 21cc Education. Please join me in extending also a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, His Excellency Saleh bin Nasser Al Jasser, the Minister of Transport and Logistics Services. Welcome, Your Excellency. Welcome, Mr. Sanjay. And Mr. Sanjay, we have a slight change in the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. We will commence the third fire. Absolutely. Welcome to the stage, Your Excellency. We will commence the third fireside chat after this one with His Excellency Bandar Al Khrayef.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency, good morning, and thank you for joining us here today. I come from the transportation sector, and normally in the transportation sector across the globe, when we have a minister of transportation or logistics, it's somebody who's come into the industry for the first time, studies the industry, figures out what's going on, and then after 6 months starts to come up with policies. When I was looking at your profile, it was a little bit different from most profiles that I've seen around the world. You are from the industry. You've been the CEO of Saudia, you've been the CEO of the National Shipping Corporation, you've been the head of a major motor car company, you've done stints in aerospace and STC. So for you, being Minister of Transportation and Logistics must be a dream job, is that correct?
Thank you, Sanjay. I would like to first start by welcoming our guests from Europe, especially those who come here to Riyadh for the first time. And also I take the opportunity to thank MISA for organizing such an important forum. Yes, of course it helps to come with experience about the industry, knowing the people, knowing the structure. It can help me to start, activating my role very quickly, especially that this sector is a very extensive sector, wide sector with all modes of mobility, logistics and postal services. And with also the huge ambition and speed that we are transforming here in Saudi Arabia, it makes me feel fortunate that I come with this experience and contact in the industry.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's very apparent. I mean, when I was looking at some of the press releases, you're very active in what you do. I mean, you seem to be leading from the front, signing agreements with companies or with governments. I think even with the Greek government at some point in time. You were there at the inception of SAL a few years ago. So do you feel like you're still running a business in some ways?
Well, the transport and logistics industry is a very complex industry. It's an industry that, very capital intensive. An industry that enables all economic activities and quality of life. So it is very important to be first very well organized and also to be quick in taking actions. So I find it to be with starting from the Vision 2030 to the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy to the 6 sectorial strategies for every mode of transportation and post and logistics, all integrated together is an important thing.
Yeah. No, exactly. And can you maybe, give us an insight when you're at the senior-most level, when you're speaking to the Crown Prince and to the other members of government, and you're talking about this vision of 2030, how do you talk in detail about the role that logistics can play both in reducing cost and at the same time also creating opportunities which may not have existed before? Can you give us a bit of an insight into the government's thinking?
Probably I'll talk to the way we developed the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy. As you know, Saudi Arabia is very busy implementing its Vision 2030, which is a very ambitious vision, and that aspires to transform Saudi Arabia in every front and diversifying the economy. And to implement that vision, a number of national strategies have been developed, one of which is the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy. And as you mentioned, building that strategy required a lot of interactions with first understanding the sector, understanding the capabilities, the potential, the environment, the threats, everything about the sector, the people, and then trying to understand the vision, understand the other national strategies, understanding the mega projects, and making sure that when we develop the national transportation strategy, it is catering for all of those ambitions and requirements, and to become a true enabler of all those activities. To achieve that, of course, we had to interact with, a big number of government entities, the private sector, domestic private sector, international private sector, and with many other organizations, international organizations, of course, with the support of, consultants, top-notch consultants from around the world.
Yeah. So a lot of your time, if I listen correctly, is spent in going to your colleagues or maybe other ministries and saying, what do you need? Whether it's the Ministry of Minerals or Food Transportation, etc. I mean, is that where a lot of your time is going?
Absolutely. But the way the government operates today is in a very structured way. So we have well-coordinated plans. We have well-coordinated protocols. Also, when we developed the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy, part of the enablers to that strategy is the governance model, where we established a higher committee for transport and logistics, led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and with the representation of 15 ministers in that committee. That committee meets quarterly, where in-depth discussion of the sector, of the progress in implementing the transport and logistics strategy, any arising challenges or opportunities, and also it's a venue to coordinate and align with the other ministries and government entities. We also have, as part of our ecosystem, a venue to coordinate with the private sector, where we have, under the governance of NIDLIP, the National Industrialization and Logistics Development Program, a joint committee with the private sector, logistics private sector, and also the other activities that are benefiting from our sector.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, I think for those of us who come from the corporate background, to hear that you have a governance model, you're meeting with the Crown Prince and 15 ministers every quarter, that's something that I think most people will be very familiar with, but very reassuring to know that the government has that kind of a model in place. Amazing. And so, when you try to quantify where you think, let's think about what new opportunities you can create for Saudi Arabia. One is the cost reduction, I alluded to that earlier, and the other is to create entirely new industries altogether. Have you given any quantification to that as to how big the logistics industry and its spin-off can be for Saudi Arabia in the decades to come?
As you know, we are, diversifying the economy, growing our economic activities, but also we are building new cities, building mega projects, developing new industries like tourism industry, entertainment, sports. So all these new activities, of course, require changes and development and new infrastructure from the different modes of transportation as well as logistics. So that's why we developed the strategy to cater for all those activities. It is a very ambitious plan where we aspire to grow, the number of aviation passengers by threefold, quadrupling the number of TU handled, and growing every part of the sector in similar way.
Yeah, and those numbers, I know your team shared them with me, but 330 million passengers several years from now, 4.5 million tons of air cargo, 40 million TUs. So how much of that is going to be transit cargo, transit passengers, etc., and how much of it is purely for the domestic market?
Saudi Arabia is a big country, and the population relative to the region is very high. And also we are developing, as I mentioned, a new industry, tourism, for example, Hajj and Umrah. We are growing the number of pilgrimage and Umrah visitors to more than 30 million per year. We aspire to grow tourism to 100 million visits every year. We are growing industry, growing trade, developing new sectors. So, with all those activities, our focus is to provide the required connectivity, the required quality of life for our people, rather than repeating any other models that you have seen regionally or globally. Of course, when we develop two-hub system for aviation, there will be transit traffic, but the focus is on developing and supporting the need of our people and the need of our economy, and connecting our country to the rest of the world, moving from 100 destinations for aviation to 250, from one single national airline to two major national airlines with two hubs, one in Jeddah and one in Riyadh, connecting those two hubs to the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and that brings with it obviously a lot of complexity, so multi-hub and multiple airlines, etc. So, and all of that's on your plate. Excellency, when you're sitting with your team of consultants and planners and officials, and also talking about to your colleagues in government, and you think 5 or 10 years ahead, what are the biggest constraints from your point of view? Is it to realize your ambition? Is it money? Is it processes, people, systems? Which is the thing that sort of keeps you awake at night, that you say, this is what I really need to solve for Saudi Arabia going forward?
Well, the level of ambition that we have set for ourselves is very high. And the timeline where we are implementing this vision is very demanding. However, we are fortunate really that we have the right setup, we have the right enablement, we have also a very strong team within the transport and the ecosystem, and also we have access to partners from the private sector, locally and internationally, and of course we have the support from consultants and advisors from around the world.
So no constraints, or
well,
it's doable?
It's challenging, but it's doable, definitely.
Excellent, amazing. So in closing, last few minutes, what would be your message to people in the audience today, both from the European governments or from the EU, European businesses, and of course your Saudi colleagues? If you say, why should they choose Saudi Arabia for the decades to come?
Well, as you can feel and as you can see, Saudi Arabia is opening up its business, opening up its door, opening up its heart to people and for partnerships. If I talk about the transportation and logistics sector, with the ambitions of the vision and the strategies developed, we will be required to invest 1.6 trillion riyals in the coming 10 years. And the only way we can do that is by partnering with the private sector, partnering with many countries around the world. Europe is very well positioned to be a great partner for us, where you have the technology, you have the know-how, you also have a great contact within the country, where many of the multinational companies and big companies and even medium-sized companies have been doing business in Saudi Arabia. So I think the opportunities are great, and we are welcoming any partnerships that will work for the parties involved.
Fantastic. I think I would really leave it at that. I think that's a great invitation to the business community and, of course, the governments and diplomatic community. So thank you very much, Excellency, for your time.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a great commitment to driving progress in transportation, logistics, and infrastructure domain here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Your Excellency, and Mr. Sanjay Tiwari for facilitating this fireside chat. Esteemed guests, moving forward, we'll now delve into a comprehensive overview of industry and mineral resources. It's my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Mr. Theodoropoulos, founder of Mediterranean Gas. Please join me also in giving a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Welcome to the stage. And really thank Your Excellency for your time. I pass the mic to you, Theodore.
So first of all, I'm glad to be back to Riyadh, and in a country that has unique friendship and hospitality to all, and especially to European countries, and especially to Greece. I'm almost in this area the last 25 years, so I know the culture and I'm familiar how important is the Saudi. So the Saudi economy is the largest in the Middle East, is within the largest, 20 largest economies in the world. A permanent and founding member of OPEC, basically the largest producer of oil in OPEC. A member of G20 Forum and as one of the world's largest economies. And very rich mining and industrial record the last 25 years. So what else we can expect from the mining, petrochemical, chemical, industrial sector in Saudi Arabia, and especially, Your Excellency, in regulatory and infrastructure topics?
Thank you, and I would like to also on my behalf to welcome the crowd here to Saudi Arabia. It's a great event. I would like to thank His Excellency Al-Falih and his team from the Ministry of Investment for coming up with this excellent initiative. of this forum between Saudi Arabia and EU. So welcome to Saudi Arabia. It's great to have you here. And I hope that in this couple of days you will be able to understand more about what we are trying to do for our future of our country. I used to be a businessman before the ministry, and I know very well that Europe has a great relation with Saudi Arabia in terms of business in the past. But I think I would definitely advise all of you here to rethink Saudi Arabia, as His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz have said, and Al-Falih also have explained in details. When I was actually appointed 4 years ago as Minister of Industry and Mining, and someone who came from mostly industrial sector had no idea about mining, I thought, this is a boring sector. But it was to my surprise to see that this is probably the most interesting sector today, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also globally. And I'm really proud of what we are doing about the mining in Saudi. It's a sector that we have kept for later, and I think later has come. And today we are actually discovering our country like never before. Definitely our country has great resources of different minerals. But what is most astonishing is really the amount of attention that is coming to the sector as a result of the global community need for minerals to satisfy the net zero targets, to satisfy the different trends in technology and different activities of all economies. And with that in mind, it is very important that collaboration between all countries should happen to make sure that we, as a global community, explore the future of mining in the right way. I think we all can agree that mining had a bad reputation in the past, and without admitting this bad reputation and really the true intention of changing the future to having a more sustainable, more responsible mining, I think this is a very important part of what we are also bringing in Saudi Arabia as part of our mining strategy, but also what we are bringing to the global scene. So mining to us in Saudi is considered one of the new sectors actually as a result of our Vision 2030. Although we had some mining activities in the last probably 20-25 years, but the whole ecosystem of mining has been reshuffled to address the needs of the country, to learn from other experiences globally. So our strategy in mining specifically, when it was launched as part of our Vision 2030, addressed three very important things. One is how can we learn from others in terms of how other countries were able or were successful or were failures in their contribution of mining to their own economy, both economically and socially. Secondly, we wanted to ensure that mining is linked with industry. We realize that our country is a small country. Our needs for minerals is limited. But we realize also that combining the resources of mining to our abundance of energy and our location can create a great value for mining. And third is really how to ensure that while we're doing this economic impact of mining, we are actually also having a positive impact on the different societies and social fabric and the development of the country, including the development of science and so on. So, and that's probably what led us to come up with very important initiatives. One is coming up with the new mining investment law that came into activation beginning of 2021. Secondly, we have, in this actually part of the investment law is really incentivizing investors to go downstream, ensuring or trying to ensure that most of the materials are processed one way or another, whether in the form of intermediate products or final products. And finally, also, we realized that mining is a global interest. It's a global responsibility. And that's why we came up with our future mineral forum, which is now becoming, I would probably say, the most important mining forum globally, focusing on the future of minerals. It's a forum physically in Riyadh, but it brings to Riyadh all of the stakeholders from governments, mining companies, service providers, financial institutions, academia in one place to discuss the challenges, the opportunities. We are focusing on what we call the super region, which is Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia. But at the same time, we are also including everyone else to participate and to see how we can collectively address the challenges of the global community when it comes to future of mining. So I'm actually very, very excited about this forum, the way we are bringing everyone together, trying to help the global community transition. And we are so far very proud of what we have achieved in attracting the attention of global players, large mining companies, to participate not only in the event, but also in the investment in mining in Saudi Arabia.
That's good. Your Excellency, I have repeatedly followed you and at the previous events, and you have said that you began implementing the national strategy for industry along with a national vision of Saudi Arabia. I want to know what is the major pillars of this national strategy for industry and mining, and also how attractive is this strategy, let's say, this national strategy for the European investors?
Well, the short answer is very attractive. So I would at least get the attention of everybody here to the answer. But actually, if I really put my businessman hat, I will definitely look at Saudi Arabia as a very attractive country today. In fact, one of the, if not the most attractive globally. But back to the question, I think the Saudi Arabia has been a successful, have shown successful growth in the industrial sector in the last 50, 60 years. Actually, this year we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of two of the major, I would say, institutions that helped the sector grow. One is the Royal Commission of Jebel Yambu, which is the home of the petrochemical industry, that today we transferred from a desert, literally, 50 years ago, to the largest petrochemical complex globally that almost addresses 6 to 7% of the global demand for petrochemicals. And the second entity is the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, which is the fund that actually finances the sector. Both are 50 years. So we have quite a good record of industrial sector, but our industrial base was basically focused on petrochemicals because of our abundance of natural resources and local consumption. So you will find a strong food sector and pharmaceutical and so on. We are transforming the country. We are transforming the sector to move for the future. We have a very ambitious strategy that is built on local demand, on also local resources, but most importantly, it is built on export. So we understand that our size as an economy is much smaller than our ambitions, and that's why we have export as a main pillar. We have 12 sectors that we are focusing on, from the traditional food, pharmaceutical, to the very advanced in space and so on. But before I talk about the sectors, I'd like to group them in 3 groups, just to get the rationale of the strategy. The first group is really continuing to build on our competitive advantage of oil and gas, petrochemicals, mining and minerals, geographical location. So we want to maximize these competitive advantages. So in petrochemicals, we are going more downstream to specialty petrochemicals. In mining, we are also going into more different materials and components and trying to drive the mining into more high value products. If we take phosphate, for example, today Saudi Arabia is the largest producer, one of the largest, probably number 3, number 4 globally in the fertilizer business. We are also in aluminium. We have showed that we have been able to produce more than 60 to 70% of our aluminium into high end products going to automotive business or packaging and so on. So this is the first, I would say, pillar, is get more of what we have from our competitive advantage. The second pillar is really focusing on our resilience, our national security. So food security, water security and desalination, pharmaceuticals, defense, and so on. So there's a great emphasis on these activities, and we are looking at them to be sustainable. So we are looking at also this overall supply chain and how we can play in each activity. Sometimes we just cannot produce a certain product, but at least we need to hedge ourselves, similar to what we are doing with fertilizers in the case of food security, for example. The third pillar of our industrial strategy is toward the future. How can we position Saudi Arabia to be in the forefront? We don't want to miss the train in many of the trends that have happened in the past, and we are looking at, when we chose, for example, automotive, we didn't settle for, the old technology. We betted for the new technology. So Seer and Lucid are EV. Even Hyundai, when we signed yesterday, are part of their investment is going to be battery. We are looking at space industry. We are looking at aviation. Maybe Saudi Arabia will not build a plane, but we have a lot of the components. Today, we are actually discussing with some of the OEMs how to approve the aluminum grade of Saudi Arabia to be used in the aerospace grade. Different components in the material. We believe that Saudi Arabia could be a great player in additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing today, 3D printing is the trend, is the really mega trend that will replace many activities that we see. And without having the components, developing the material, it will be very hard to see that industry grow. And today, in both the plastics and polymers, we are very strong, and we believe we can have great solutions and innovation to produce the right products to go into additive manufacturing that needs polymers and plastics, and in metals. In metals also, because of our great deposits of different components of different metals, we believe we have the ability to develop products that will go to help additive manufacturing and 3D printing find the right components for manufacturing.
It's good, great job. So, and the last question, Your Excellency. Suppose that you have the European investors in front of you, and you want to draw their attentions to invest in Saudi Arabia, and especially in the mining sector. Why will investors choose Saudi Arabia?
Well, I mean, I will answer this question in two parts. One, just as an investor, and again, coming from private sector, and in my previous role or exposure, we have worked in almost 40 countries. I think from a high level, Saudi Arabia, and I think His Excellency Al-Falih have mentioned this clearly, provides great stability from a political point of view, from a monetary policy point of view. Saudi Arabia also is one of the very few countries that you can invest in as an emerging market with almost the risk of a very developed market, from stability, from monetary, from exchange rate. And we have shown in the last 60 years or even more the stability, even with the very I would say interruption of the political climate around us, but yet we have shown our geographical location, our infrastructure, both physical and digital, our human capital resources and abilities, our clarity in that direction. I mean, this is a general, I would say, things that any investor would look for. But specifically for mining, today it will be very hard to find a country where you have a combination of regulatory framework. I'll just give you an example. When we looked at licensing, globally I'm talking, in mining sometimes it takes almost 7 years for a license to operate a mine. Today here we are betting that we will do it in 6 months. You deal with one regulator, where in different jurisdictions you are dealing with several levels of authorities. So regulation is clear, it's very inviting to investors. Secondly, the mixture between competitive energy prices with location and infrastructure and the access to the materials is not, I think, second to none globally. And third is that we believe that we can, in different elements of course, we can compete either in the upstream, in the midstream or downstream, depending on what kind of material you are. So even in some cases, materials can come from Africa, be processed in Saudi Arabia, and easier to access the European market. So we are a place to find the material, we are a place to refine the material, we are a place also to produce the final products, plus the other things I have already mentioned. Our targets in the industrial sector and so on is great. Our ability to access different markets, our strategy for export. This is all really a complete package. And I think with the know-how of the European companies and investors, that's a great match.
That's amazing, Your Excellency. So I know that the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, under your supervision, has achieved tremendous results the last years. So, and I strongly believe that any European partner comes and invests in Saudi Arabia in the mining sector or any industrial sector, petrochemicals, chemicals, mining, whatever, it will achieve very sustainable and high returns. So thank you for this speech.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Your Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef and Mr. Theodore for this comprehensive overview of industry and mineral resources here in Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will go back to the pivotal role of connectivity and sustainable mobility in driving economic growth and enhancing the quality of life. It's my pleasure to welcome again our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, CEO and partner at 21cc Education. Welcome back.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you still in the hall, I actually promise you a very good panel discussion because we have a few very erudite speakers lined up today, both from the Saudi side and from the European side. And if I may invite my speakers one by one to please come onto stage. If I may invite Mr. Nabil Khoja, please, to come onto the stage. Mr. Nabil Khoja is the Secretary General of ECZA. Please. Thank you. Please. If I may invite His Excellency Konstantin Fragkogiannis, please, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Greece, to please come onto the stage. Mr. Fragkogiannis, please. Thank you. Michael Wiedemann, Mr. Michael Wiedemann of DHL, President of DHL Energy, if I could please ask him to come onto the stage. Thank you. Mr. Carlo Palaciano, if I could ask you to come onto the stage, please, of Grupo FS. Great. And Andrew De Leon of Alstom. Andrew, if you could please come onto the stage. And last but not least, Mr. Tony Douglas of Riyadh Air, CEO of Riyadh Air. Tony, if you could please come onto the stage. Oops, sorry. And Mr. Faisal Albada of CEL, CEO of CEL. If you could please come onto the stage. So, gentlemen, we have got our musical chairs out of the way, so thank you for that, and thanks to me for making it entertaining. Mr. Khoja, I'd like to start with you, if you don't mind. We heard His Excellency Minister Al-Jasser in the previous session when I was doing the fireside chat with him talk about these economic zones that are coming up across the country. And you're eminently placed to talk about them. You're the Secretary of EXA, Economic Cities and Zones. Could you tell us a little bit about the rationale or the thinking that goes into planning these, where to position them, what kinds of industries you're also hoping to stimulate when they come about?
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Sanjay. And a warm welcome to our audience. Let me just take you a step back in terms of why special economic zones within the kingdom. When we look at our Vision 2030, and we look at the different strategies that are out there as part of that vision, including the industrial strategy, including the logistics strategy, including the investment strategy, and many other strategies, we find that special economic zones play a very pivotal role in supporting those strategies in terms of ensuring that there is an adequate platform that enables foreign investors to comfortably come into the kingdom and set up base. Now, in doing so, and our methodology has been to ensure that our zones take into consideration all of the learnings that are around us. And in our process, we started with examining what makes zones successful, but also more importantly, why zones fail. And we've seen that around us globally today. We have more than 6,000 special economic zones in a lot of countries. And part of the learnings that we brought in was focus. And we found that sector focus was at the heart of what success looked like within these zones. So by default, the sectors that were mentioned a while back by His Excellency, Bandar al-Khrayef, are all sectors that have been considered within the special economic zones. The logistics infrastructure that was mentioned by His Excellency Saleh Al-Jasir was also considered as part of the strategy within the special economic zones. And when you put all of this together, you start realizing that there are specific sectors that are strong enough to continue growth within the base economy as they are today. But you also realize that there are specific sectors that need further enablement. And this is where the special economic zones come in. So in April this year, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, announced the launch of 4 new special economic zones within the kingdom. These zones were at Ras Al Khair, which is Rakiz, and that zone is focused on maritime industry sector. Okay. The other zone was in King Abdullah Economic City, which some of you might already know, and that zone is focused on EV being one of the primary sectors, as well as medcare, as well as pharmaceuticals, foods, FMCG, and logistics. The third one that was launched was in Jazan, and that is focused on foods and metallics. The Jazan SEZ, of course, lies on the Belt and Road Initiative. And last but not least, it was also announced that the 4th zone was in cloud computing. Now, this zone will be This zone will be our future Silicon Valley. Now, all of these zones are supported with very strong logistics infrastructure. Okay. If you take a look at the special economic zone in Riyadh, which was launched towards the end of last year, the special integrated logistics zone, that is adjacent to the Riyadh International Airport. And as a result of that, it utilizes a mega cargo hub there. If you look at the King Abdullah Economic City zone, that is adjacent to and actually houses one of the world's most efficient ports and one of the fastest growing ports within the region. If you look at Jazan, it also hosts a world-class port that is actually managed by an international player. All of these zones are supported by very strong logistics infrastructure as well.
Which brings us, I guess, into today's topic of logistics. And one thing that many people may not realize is the vast scale of geography we're talking about here. So when we're talking about logistics, you can actually fit the equivalency of 9 UK islands within the peninsula. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is as large as Central Europe. So you can start to imagine the importance that logistics plays in connecting all of these dots together. Okay? Hence, the opportunities in investments are great.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, for the sort of the overview of these 4 zones. But I'm still struck by one of your opening sentences that you studied why economic zones fail. I don't think many people around the world have done that very often. Announcing them is indeed very attractive, but very impressive that the Saudi government has actually gone around studying why some of these zones have in the past failed. So certainly lots to learn from. I'd like to go to Your Excellency, Mr. Frako-Giannis. First of all, you've won the prize, Your Excellency, for the most interesting job title on this panel, because you are the Hellenic Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Economic Diplomacy and Openness. And I think the very title itself suggests that Greece is open for business. Is that correct?
I was not aware that I won a prize for it.
No, there is a prize. There is a prize. When you leave, you will definitely get a prize. No, but it's I have to say, it's a truly impressive title, and I think it speaks to the intent of your job. So maybe you can speak to that a little bit as to how you're positioning Greece for business.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words and a warm welcome to our audience today. I'm honored to be here among you. I believe that what I do for the Greek government is very expressive of the new government of Greece for the last 5 years. It is a truly investment-friendly government that has led to the country being today, according to The Economist and EY, among the top European destinations for the international investment community. In my capacity as Deputy Foreign Minister in charge of economic diplomacy and openness, I look after the internationalization of the Greek business community. I look after attraction of foreign direct investment and also look into the bilateral and multilateral ties of the country with the world. We have had in the past 4 years an increase of exports in the amount of 40 to 50% per year, and an increase of foreign direct investment in the amount of 80% per year. So it's quite a significant change, and this is why giants such as Microsoft and Google and Pfizer and Deloitte have chosen to invest in Greece significant amounts of money and their business endeavors in the region. In as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, we have a very particular strategic relationship that we've been fostering for the past plenty of years, and that has led to a number of collaborative works, such as the data cable that is going to be connecting Malaysia to Marseille, France, through Saudi Arabia and Greece, and it's going to be a major infrastructure, data-related digital project that is to the benefit of all. In principle, the idea is that we do what we do right, and it has paid back so far big time.
Yeah. No, and I mean, we've heard a number of speakers this morning also referencing the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, and obviously being based in India, I was listening to it, and Piraeus is, I believe, going to be the entry port for that corridor into Europe. So are you repositioning Greece as the gateway to Europe?
Well, the two big factories of the world, which is China and India, choose to trade their products to the European continent. And the moment the container ship crosses the Suez Canal, the first port it reaches towards the European destination is the port of Piraeus in Greece. So it is our job to not only complete the railway connection between the ports and the Central European destinations, but also to ensure that every infrastructure work in as far as connecting the Indian and Central Asia states to the European continent is completed for that purpose. It makes logistical and financial sense that the big trading companies of the world choose Greece to offload their merchandise instead of going around Europe to Rotterdam or Hamburg, which is the alternative option.
Yeah. No, clear message for the Dutch and the Belgians. So thank you for that. Let me jump to Mr. Albeda. Mr. Albeda, you're the CEO of a very exciting company called SAL. You're carved out of Saudia, I think about 4 years ago. We've heard a lot about the demand for specialty handling, etc., coming up. So can you tell us a little bit about what SAL does and how you're driving the ability to handle different kinds of cargo at the company?
SAL,
yeah.
SAL, Saudi Logistic Services Company. We're the national logistic champion. We lead the cargo handling industry in Saudi Arabia. We operate in more than 18 airports in Saudi, with a strong presence in Riyadh and Jeddah, with more than 130,000 square meters of warehousing facilities. We manage nearly 800,000 tons a year, out of which 40% is with the EU inbound and outbound. IATA's prediction on the cargo business for 2023 in the world is actually to decline 4%. Nevertheless, we are growing by 10%. This is a true testament of the strong economy that we have. Saudi is the largest growing economy in G20 and in the world as well. We support 2030 vision to actually reach 4.5 million tons by 2030. And we're actually investing $1.5 billion Saudi riyal, that's equivalent to actually $400 million, to actually expand our network, enhance it, and to make sure that we're ready to cater for that growth. We've already completed our phase 1 in Riyadh and Jeddah. We have actually a world-class facility for cold chain, with a complete value-added services, be it on the cold delays to support the RAM transport, data logger, and thermal blankets, etc. This is actually helping the cold chain pharma to get flow directly to Saudi Arabia. In the past, probably you faced difficulties. Those difficulties are no longer there, and actually cold chain are actually flying directly to Saudi. E-commerce is a booming market, and the penetration in the region in Saudi is expected to reach more than 25% by 2030. We have a fully dedicated e-commerce facilities in Riyadh, and we opened one in Jeddah. There we support all the courier business, and we support the e-commerce business in Saudi. Year to date, the tonnages that we handled in the e-commerce is actually increased by 60%. Again, a true testament of the growing economy that we have. We also offer the road feeder service, the RFS. We connect all the airports together. Our clients, if someone wishes to ship something, let's say from Paris to Abha, there is no direct flight. It comes to Jeddah, we do the RFS to Abha. Somebody, let's say in Taif, wants to ship something to New York, we actually can truck it to Jeddah, and then from there to New York we support, and that actually opens up a lot of opportunities for our clients. We expanded beyond cargo handling. We started our logistics solution business, where we provide end-to-end logistics solutions and services to sea, air, land, and there comes the name SAL, sea, air, land. We provide full 3PL services to our clients, and also we're pioneering in the 4PL, where we go get a mega project, and then we hire multiple 3PLs. And there we have a very specialized logistic solutions for the events management. We are the exclusive partner for Riyadh season, Jeddah season, the entertainment events, and also the sporting, be it the Formula 1, Formula A, and others. And also we provide services, specialized services for the healthcare, be it in inbound, outbound, and also the potential manufacturers happening in Saudi. Aerospace is also something we will support with aircraft industry spare parts in Saudi and also overseas as well. And automotive, we support in and out, and also all the car manufacturers in Saudi. These 4 business units, the logistic there is expected to grow at a rate of 11% until 2030. We also provide 5PL to our clients, where we support their procurements. So basically, you move your business to Saudi, a company like Sal and Moore in Saudi, they'll be able to support you end to end, and you can focus on your core business. And we don't stop there. We're expanding into fulfillment, where we provide fulfillment centers, last miles for the companies in Saudi Arabia, be it in the special economic zone or the main economy. And also we're offering our service to actually all the multinational. You move your business to Saudi, we can form an alliance, actually where we support you with your distribution center at last mile. All of these combined is a true testament of our logistic capabilities. His Royal Highness he said logistic is important. Now we're actually supporting the trade between India and the US through the region. And definitely, it didn't come as a surprise that we jumped 17 ranking in the LPI, and we are actually in a clear path of becoming top 10 in LPI by 2030.
No shortage of ambition on your part. So you're a tenant of Mr. Khoja? You're in the special economic zone?
Yes, well, this is part of what we are working on, is a fulfillment centers. We're
Right.
definitely considering the special economic zone that was mentioned.
Okay, you're considering. So the deal is to be done. Right, but he's a good landlord.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, great. I'd like to go to Mr. Palaciano, please. And you have a very interesting experience doing business in Saudi, with Grupo FS. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about the kind of infrastructure, that you put in place, but also how some of the knowledge transfer took place to Saudi population in the project that you did. Maybe you can just describe it. I know you wanted to put up a slide and we couldn't show that, so we're going to rely on your descriptive powers to bring it to life, but tell us a little bit about that, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the invitation. Can you hear me? No?
Is there a microphone, please? Yeah.
I have a microphone. Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. So, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Yes, Gruppo Ferrovie dello Stato Italiane, Italian State Railways, is present in Saudi Arabia from years, already participating to the design and project of the land bridge project, and now currently bidding for several other projects like the extension of the itself land bridge. Yes, Saudi Arabia is presenting to the investor a lot of very interesting projects. And for sure, for a company like us that are very interested in investing abroad, Saudi Arabia represents huge opportunities. We have done a great job in the design and project of the red and blue corridor for Lensbridge. We face new for us issues like sand mitigation or strong wind for risk of overturning of freight trains, kind of problems that we were not used, despite we in Italy have a very challenging morphology with a lot of tunnels, viaduct, but the problem that we face here were absolutely brand new for us, but we did it, and we also received honorable appreciation by the local authorities for the work done. So this encourages us to do more, and we are very interested in following the new economic corridor project because we believe that this will be extremely interesting, not only for the, very important new rail track to be built in the peninsula, in the Arabian Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also because of the logistics center that must be done along this new corridor. Just let me remind how important it is to create the right logistic infrastructure in order to distribute goods and services, in order to support also the other projects that are currently in the pipeline of this amazing country, like NEOM or others. So we are also extremely welcoming the current design of this project because, as just mentioned by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, this will reach Piraeus in Athens, where we are present with our subsidiaries Hellenic Train, and we consider that this project may also push new corridors, TEN-T corridors for Europe, creating a new way to achieve the heart of Europe by Balkans or by Adriatic new corridors. So we are extremely, let's say, careful in considering new opportunities of investing our expertise and our time in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. And so you're saying, you found the transfer of knowledge or the working with the local authorities was ultimately fruitful, if I understand you correctly?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it is. Yes, for sure. And I didn't mention, but currently we have also another big project with my friend Andrew, because we are jointly with Hitachi, Alstom, Ferrovie dello Stato, in managing the operation and maintenance of the Metro Riyadh 4 lines. So this is to testify how, our contribution has been given in the last years and positively also, let's say, considered by the local authorities.
Yeah. And the second aspect of what you spoke about, I find very interesting, is literally these new trade lanes getting formed, or trade routes, which ties in with what Mr. Francogiannis was saying earlier about, Piraeus being sort of the entry point for cargo from China, India, etc. So very interesting to see these developments taking place. Mr. Douglas, I'm going to come to you. You're in the Saudi camp today for obvious reasons, and you made quite a splash a few months ago at the Paris Air Show. I believe you bought a couple of aircraft.
Yeah, we really enjoyed the Paris Air Show, and there's another one coming up in Dubai next month. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your eyes on Dubai. There you go, plug and a clue. But I think building on what's already been said, people, geographies, and economies. And the role of a national carrier, of course, is to connect all of those. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's too many examples of a successful economy anywhere that doesn't have global connectivity. And of course, the wisdom of the leadership, the establishment of a clear vision for 2030, the 13 pillars that sit underneath that, many of which that have been discussed today, have a number of cross-cutting enablers. And air corridors, national carriers are a big part of that. And the establishment of Riyadh Air to supplement our other national carrier, Saudia, is to extend our global reach. And within the first 5 years of our operations is to add at least 100 destinations. It's the biggest commercial aviation launch probably in 3 decades, and it's something we're all honoured, privileged and very excited about. And the genius, as far as we're concerned about this, is as follows. The brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh. Our livery is still, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our livery is deliberately designed to stand out in a crowd, whether it's parked up in JFK, London Heathrow, Shanghai or wherever. It demands an explanation, and the explanation is it's the modernistic face of Riyadh, presented and represented all around the world, showing a true digital face to new aviation, setting standards as a national carrier, a full-service carrier, to absolutely the highest levels. Our citizens require that, demand that, and need that to have better connectivity all around the world. But of course, to enable the world to have far better connectivity, here to the kingdom through its capital city, Riyadh. So finally, keep your eyes open again back to Dubai. We released our first livery in Paris. There'll be a second one being released at Dubai, and we think it's even more standout in presenting the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh.
Great sales pitch, and you're quite obviously literally going to be flying the colors for the brand across the globe to these 100 destinations. What is the network going to look like? I mean, is from a focus point of view, can you touch upon some of the key landing spots, pun not intended, but...
Yeah, it'll be over 100 key cities,
obviously.
but I think what you would expect to find is every major capital city in Europe. So we'll connect to all of our dear colleagues in Europe and many of the secondary cities in Europe as well. Not surprisingly as well in North America, certainly to start off with in terms of the eastern seaboard of North America, but then we'll extend it. You would expect to find far better connectivity into the Far East. So today, many of us know to fly directly to most of the big cities in the Far East from our capital. You know, you have to go via Dubai or Qatar. Totally and utterly unacceptable. We'll fix that. Equally, Indian subcontinent, the broader GCC and Central Europe. So if you kind of go through, you know, the atlas, pick out all of the major cities there, as you would expect for a G20 country, our responsibility will be to connect to all of them.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And yes, the indirect flight to the Indian subcontinent, if you can fix that, that would help tremendously. Mr. Michael Wiedemann, I'd like to come to you. We've heard a number of eminent speakers this morning, obviously speaking about the energy sector, the traditional energy sector, the renewable energy sector, and you're president of DHL Energy. So can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen, are seeing in the old world, if you like, which in your own words is going to carry on for many, many more years to come, but also what you're seeing in the new renewable energy sector on the ground here in Saudi Arabia in your current position?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be again in Saudi Arabia. And I'm also looking forward to fly next time on Riyadh Air here to Saudi Arabia. I think the discussion, I found it very interesting this morning, discussion around energy transition. And in our pre-discussion, I mentioned I foresee the old energy, or the current energy landscape to exist for many, many years. And I also liked and I share the viewpoint of His Excellency before, and when he said there is a lot of energy poverty in the world, so therefore I believe, yes, our energy system, our transition will not be an as abrupt transition as some people might expect. And we have seen it in Europe very clearly over the last couple of years, how difficult it is to juggle availability, affordability and sustainability. But all those aspects need to be addressed. And I think Saudi Arabia is perfectly placed to address those points. You asked, do I see proof points of a move, of a transition in the energy system here in Saudi Arabia? I would say yes, definitely. And I would start, the first proof point for me is word. Also, it's not something that you can see, but something that you can hear. I mean, the entire morning was about energy transition. And this coming from a country which is absolutely oil and gas rich, is the epicenter of oil and gas industry. And it's not been only today. I've been earlier this year in March at the ICTIVA event of Saudi Aramco, and again here, the same message was passed on. So I think it is repeating the words, having a clear vision, which for me is already a proof point that there will be a transition also in Saudi Arabia. Now, we also heard about many of the mega projects. I mean, NEOM, installations of agro power, which were mentioned beforehand, which for me, again, a proof point. Here is investment, capital is available, is a vision, and it will come through to provision. And even if the installed base right now is not as large as it could be in terms of solar installations or wind installations, we do see, and this is again on the logistical side, we do see a lot of tenders right now which have financing already and which are currently in the tender state. And I have to add, and therefore I think it's very nice to have a logistics session straight after the energy session. I dare to say, without the logistics industry, there would be no transition in the energy industry as well, because transitioning from the oil and gas industry to a renewable energy requires a tremendous amount of logistics and the change of logistics. We see new quantities, immense quantities that need to be transported, let's say from Asia into Europe or also Middle East and Africa. I think the CEO of Aquapower mentioned beforehand, if we would just take the scale of the investment that would be required in Europe, you can cover the country of Belgium with solar panels. Now think about it from a logistical standpoint. Not only do you need to have the space, but you need to have the capacity to transport it from China into Europe. So I think here transportation, logistics will play a key role in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. We will see requirements in terms of logistical quality and efforts which we haven't seen beforehand. Transporting windmills, transporting generators and so on across the globe will require logistics. So therefore, glad to be in the industry, and yes, I do see proof points. And what I would probably also add to it, I think in terms of energy transition, it is not only the large energy companies and governments that drive an energy transition. I think it is everybody here in the room, so every company here in the room. And I do remember Ms. Kadri from Solvay saying Solvay has a vision to move to a carbon neutrality, I think by 2050. We have something similar in DHL. We have our vision, we aim to be carbon neutral by 2050. We have invested 7 billion, or we are investing 7 billion euros until 2030 into decarbonizing our operations. And in logistics, it is not easy, as we all know, especially on the aviation sector. We pride ourselves that we are the largest SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel users, in the industry. So I think every company can do something towards the transition of the energy by decarbonizing the supply chains, decarbonizing warehousing operations, decarbonizing road transportation or air and ocean transportation. So I think there is a lot of proof points, and definitely here also in the Kingdom.
Thank you, Michael, for that. And I think, great to hear you saying that, in fact, the words that you've heard mean a lot because of the repetition of the words, number one. And of course, the mental image of the logistics industry playing such an important role in decarbonization for those of us who come from the industry is a very apt one. Andrew, if I can go over to you, you've lost the prize for most interesting job title, but you have a close second. You manage a very big chunk of the world, Central Asia, Middle East, and Africa. And if you look at that mentally and you compare the scope and scale of the projects that you're working on or bidding on with what you see happening in Saudi Arabia, where does Saudi Arabia rank today, and where do you see it ranking 5 to 7 years from now in the overall business?
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. It's great to be back and see so many friends in the audience this morning. First of all, the market has essentially procured nothing from a railway standpoint for the last 10 years. And what we see today is a complete reawakening of the market space. So much so that there's no place in the 70 or 80 countries that I cover that will do more to build out from a rail mobility standpoint than the Kingdom between now and 2030 and probably beyond. And I think that's due to a number of factors, but none less than just the ambition around the mega projects and the build out of Riyadh. And I think that it was great to hear Tony's enthusiasm and a bit of bravado around Riyadh, because we see the same thing from a railway standpoint. The Riyadh Metro will open next year. It was the most ambitious metro project in the world when it was started. You'll see 6 metro lines run in this city in 2024. It'll add a 7th in the years to come. And that's just the beginning of what will happen from a rail standpoint in Riyadh. But I think from an investment standpoint, and Sanjay, if you don't mind, just to maybe, because we're at an investment conference, I think what's very interesting about the Kingdom today is that it blends a few things that as a European company of Alstom, we find very interesting as we look in the decades in the future. First, it has a very large domestic market. And I think that story will be written for the next 10 to 20 years as it builds out the network, number one. Number two, extremely young population that is motivated to do some remarkable things inside of its country to set a standard for the world. And I think that a lot of people and a lot of companies that do business in the kingdom wonder, how do I attract Saudi talent? And I think that's really different today than it was when I started working here 10, 15 years ago. People, the way I remember it when I began, was interested in global careers, regional assignments. I think young Saudis today that work at Alstom, they want to work for a company that's going to build their country and is going to set a standard for the region to follow. And then third, the rail business is a project business. And projects require funding and they require financing. Typically that's come from Europe, largely Europe, that's funded rail projects globally. What's interesting is that this country, as it builds its domestic market and can scale local capability, manufacturing, supply chain, engineering, has a unique position to then export around the region and potentially beyond. And I think that's the story that Alstom looks at in the kingdom and really makes it a priority market.
Amazing. So you're seeing really a fairly unique convergence of capital, people, expertise, which you think is going to make the kingdom a powerhouse for years to come. Do you see the kingdom, young people in the kingdom, designing mobility systems for the region in years to come? So not just for Saudi Arabia, but for other countries as well?
When you look at the scale, this is a personal view, and everyone procures differently around this region. But when you look at what will be procured in the kingdom, it would be a shame, and I don't believe the leadership of the country will allow it to happen. If that procurement process doesn't go on without demanding real localization and real capability being built here, once it's built here, I have no doubt export is a reality.
Right. Yeah. No, thanks for that. So Andrew, you've given us actually a great segue into the last segment of this panel discussion. I'm going to ask each of the speakers questions with a very common theme, which is the people angle, because we're talking about capital and systems, etc., but none of it's going to work without the people angle. I'm sure we all agree, and it runs as a common thread to your businesses. So Mr. Al-Bada, if I could start with you. You know, you gave us a sales pitch on Cell, which you did almost as effectively as your other colleagues on the panel. But what role for people from an ESG perspective, does that play in your business in the years to come, and how are you driving that?
Well, we take the ESG agenda very seriously. We've been creating a unit within our company to ensure that we have the right strategy, right implementation. So from environmental point of view, we're actually, supporting the clean energy, considering all the solar energy in our new developments. We're replacing all of our GSCs from the heavy diesel ones to electric to support the environment. And we're supporting the recycling as well. All these wood pallets, we're changing them to plastic to support the recyclability. We support the Saudi Green Initiatives and the Middle East Green Initiatives, where Saudi Green Initiatives aims for net zero emission by 2060, planting more than 10 billion trees and protecting 30% of the land and sea. And then for more information about the Saudi Green Initiative, Middle East Green Initiative, please visit saudigreeninitiatives.gov.sa or Google Saudi Green. In terms of governance, it's always good. It's always a must to have a very experienced board with independent members in all the committees. Protecting the data, cybersecurity, and enhancing the quality is something of a must-do within the ESG. So from social point of view, the safety of our employees and everybody that worked with us comes first. We have the right KPIs, the right investment for it. From human capital point of view, which is the most important element, we actually train our staff very well. We have a partnership with the Saudi Logistic Academy. 250 of our staff, we actually send them for a comprehensive logistic courses within the academy to help them understand the end-to-end solutions and at the same time to prepare them for the market as well. We also support the social activities as well in happening in the community. from diversity and inclusion. 25% of our workforce within the headquarters are actually female. And the new business that we launched, Logistics Solutions, 40% of the commercial and operation workforce are actually female. And definitely there is room for more.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Douglas, in a people business like the airline business and buying all these aircraft, etc., how are you going to play the balancing act between getting the best of global talent and cultivating Saudi talent to staff this airline?
Well, I guess it's clear that we are proudly a Saudi business and will be Saudi-led. We anticipate by 2030, when we've connected to over 100 cities plus, that we will directly and indirectly employ and contribute up to 200,000 jobs. And that's a wide range in aviation, as I'm sure everybody in the audience can imagine. But I guess the statistic that shocked me, and I don't mind admitting very openly, it really did shock me, is on the 12th of March this year, when His Royal Highness pronounced the establishment of Riyadh Air, we launched our website on exactly the same day, not surprisingly, riyadhair.com. There is a careers section on that website, and it invites people to post their interest, and it's segmented into obviously pilots, cabin crew, engineering, and so on and so forth. It's not a kind of casual thing, i.e. my name's Tony, I'm interested, send, takes me 2 seconds, and then very quickly thereafter I forget. It takes 5 minutes or so to put your resume in, your certification, and so on and so forth. Up to now, we have had over 620,000 applicants. Biggest percentage, not surprisingly, from the Kingdom, nationals, proudly so. 142 different nationalities, 52% female. I'm amazed, I'm shocked in equal measure. If you'd have asked me 6 months before, I'd have said maybe 10,000. 620,000 plus, I think, is a clear illustration of the power of clear leadership from His Highness, i.e. it's not it might happen, it could happen, it's happening. No question whatsoever. It's a proud brand that is Riyadh, 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 with a modern twist, and it's commercial aviation. So hopefully we will be able to contribute to quality jobs. We're in the hospitality business, and the face of our brand will be representing Riyadh.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Tony, and thank you, gentlemen, for giving us an insight into your businesses, but also into what it means to do business on the ground here in Saudi Arabia, the potential that you see, also obviously the challenges that you run into, and hopefully the audience found it of interest. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your time, and look forward to speaking to you after the session. Thank you.
Thank you all for a really dynamic session, much food for thought. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have time for a break, and yes, we look forward to having you all back at 2:20 here for a series of informative presentations. And we also are offering you the opportunity to delve deeper into areas of your choice. You may choose to participate in one of the breakout sessions that are taking place first floor in different rooms. We have topic of mining, manufacturing and supply chain, tourism, culture and sports, healthcare from provision to biopharma, small and medium enterprises and entrepreneurship, and digital economy and artificial intelligence. As I mentioned, these sessions will take place in parallel on the first floor, different rooms. Looking forward to having you all back here for the MOU exchange and interesting presentations from the Saudi EU counterparts, followed by the concluding remarks from the ambassadors of both regions. Enjoy. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5 breakout sessions are taking place first floor, different rooms. We look forward to your participation. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to having you back here in the main auditorium as we will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، الرجاء التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية لاستكمال برنامج اللي هي رقم كم؟
هلا بيبدا الحين برزنتيشن 10 دقائق.
So thank you very much for the work on that. So give me my card just in case because I've just arrived as a newcomer.
Yes.
So
And I wish you all the best here.
thank you. Wow. Interesting stuff.
I'm pretty sure you're bringing strong bond of great
Inshallah. Inshallah. Do you work a lot on this on kind of events like that?
Yeah.
You times or in the season? Yeah, so I'm my successor.
Yeah, so definitely you're going to see me
Excellent.
in your upcoming events.
There will be many.
Thursday.
There will be.
At your schedule, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Hololei with me. He's giving the presentation after the Saudi side.
Yes.
So this doesn't need to be mic'd up. It will be at the podium.
Okay.
So just sit in the front and wait for his cue, and you'll call him up.
Perfect.
So we just wanted to make sure that
Absolutely.
everything is in place. Thank you so much for today. I mean, جهد مشكور جبار. We've been working on this for months. So to see it materially happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to having you all back here at the main auditorium as we're starting in 2 minutes. Thank you.
عدل لك الاسم.
Oh, sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the breakout sessions and a refreshing lunch break with the opportunity to engage in meaningful conversations. We'll now commence with the highly anticipated presentations. We will turn our attention to the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, JISRI, in Saudi Arabia, a presentation by As'ad Al-Jamoui. He will navigate us through the visionary initiative to gain valuable insights into the untapped opportunities. The stage is yours, As'ad.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Warm welcome from the vibrant city of Riyadh, and thank you very much for being here with us today. I'll try to be very short and brief because we've gotten out of time. So the presentation has two segments. The first one talks about the Vision 2030 program. I'll walk you quickly on some of the salient features of what the program is about and where are we at with some of our targets. The second part talks about the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, one of the national initiatives that was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So without any further ado, the Vision 2030, I'm sure everyone is very well familiar with it right now. It's a transformational program for the kingdom, culturally, socially, and economically. It was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back in 2016 with the objective of diversifying the economy away from oil. So by virtue of this, it means moving away from state-led to private sector-led, from oil-driven economy to productivity economy. It's hinged mainly on three main pillars. So a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And these are qualitative measures. If we want to put some quantitative numbers around them, would be something like how can we decrease unemployment from 12% to 7%? How can we improve women participation in the workforce to 30% by 2030? How can we improve home ownership to 70% from 47%? How can we improve the non-oil revenue for the government from $43 billion to $200+ billion? And one thing would be, how can we turn the PIF from being a lending organization when it started back in 2016 to become one of the largest wealth funds and sovereign funds in the world? These are some of the numbers that can relate to those pillars. And if we look, where do we stand today? We're well under our way with some of our objectives. Women participation has exceeded the target. We sit at more than 35% from what was set to be 30 by 2030. PIF has more than $700 billion under its custody right now. So we're tracking very well with our plan. The National Investment Strategy, just like any investment roadmap, it has a portfolio of programs, and it hinges as well on four main pillars. The first one is the investment opportunities. How can we facilitate the development and unlock those lucrative investment opportunities? The second one is the investor, which is the subject of the investment ecosystem. How can we nurture the investor and make the investment environment conducive to the investor to conduct the business and to develop those opportunities? Thirdly, if you look the funding. How can we allow accessibility to funds, be it long-term, low interest rate loans, incentives, cash instruments, what have you, for the investment environment to be conducive as well to good investments. And finally, the all-encompassing competitiveness of the environment. How can we make the regulation more easy for investors to conduct their business successfully? Just as a segue, if you look at the oval red shape at the bottom, we're linking the second part of the presentation, which is the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, which I will come to talk to shortly. We just show how does it link to the National Investment Strategy under the Investment Opportunities pillar. The question is, why do businesses choose Saudi Arabia? For three main reasons. When I started the introduction, I spoke about privatization, moving from state-led to private sector-led. That means it unlocks some huge privatization efforts that allow companies like the great ones in this room to contribute and to participate into those privatization efforts. Localization of value chains will be the second part of the presentation. Giga and mega projects. I think everybody's familiar with NEOM, Amala, The Line, Al Qiddiya, Red Sea. All these are becoming the investment stimulus and the engine behind moving the investment in Saudi Arabia and allowing a lot of private sector companies to be part of this journey. Finally, to show the seriousness of the leadership, in excess of 600 regulations were modified and enhanced with the impact of 80% to improve the business environment. So it clearly expresses the willingness of the leadership of Saudi Arabia to develop the investment environment and attract more foreign direct investment. Where do you find everything I spoke about and much more? Please visit Invest Saudi, browse the website, look at the opportunities, look at the programs, reach out to those sectoral managing directors who will be happy to respond to you with your interests, and much more that you can find at Invest Saudi. Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. This is the second part of the presentation. It's a dedicated program. So it was launched by the Crown Prince back in October 2022. So it's been in the works for the last year. The mandate is straightforward. We can summarize it in 4 points. Attract foreign direct investment in manufacturing and services where the kingdom has a competitive advantage and it can improve the scale of the exports in the balance of trade. When you are a manufacturing nation, you can become an export nation. So the supply chain subject, we've divided it into 3 topics. The first one describes the supply chain scene globally. What are the forces that exist today that are reshaping supply chains and moving it from the conventional way of doing business into the new way, and what does that new way look like? The second part talk about KSA's value proposition. Why do we think Saudi Arabia is a strong contender in supply chain? The third part talks about the program itself. How do we go about executing opportunities, qualifying them, shortlisting them, and outreaching them to investors? An illustrative figure, very straightforward yet very profound. It shows the intricacies and the complexities of supply chains. If you pick any node and think about it as semiconductor industry that is feeding into 2 completely separate industries, video gaming and car manufacturing. If that semiconductor industry gets disrupted, it will cause a shockwave and disrupt these 2 completely different industries likewise. So that's when we say that that node needs to be resilient, needs to be fortified, and that will be a pick for the program to go and invest and enhance it to avoid these disruptions in the system. At the bottom of the screen, you look at the value chain description. We're not really within this program focused on the logistical piece. So the program is not about distribution, warehousing, retailing, wholesaling, consumption, and recycling. That's the logistical piece of making the product available to the customer. We are mainly focused on the creation of the product. So the manufacturing supply chains. How do we source the raw material? How do we do the fabrication, the components manufacturing, the sub-assemblies, the assemblies, and the final product? That's the core mandate of GSRI, the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. Everybody relates to COVID-19. If you ask anyone about supply chain, they will immediately remember that during COVID-19, we were not able to find products. We could not get sanitation. We cannot get personal protection equipment, what have you. But during the launch of the program, we've researched and registered many different forces, as you can see in front of you on the screen. So COVID-19 was just in one category that we called black swan events. It's like force majeure, beyond the capability of human beings to deal with. That is just one category. But there are many other forces that are causing disruptions. Trade barriers and protectionist measures. What polarized economies are doing to each other by raising tariffs and not allowing companies to export to their market and vice versa, makes those companies look for alternative markets. And that's a disruption by itself, and that's when GSRI tried to scan the market and look for those opportunities to attract them in the kingdom. Geopolitical tension, the misfortune between Russia and Ukraine was a clear example of how fragile some supply chains are. The food supply chain, the wheat was held hostage in Ukraine, they could not ship it out, so the food supply chain was under disruption for a while until they were able to do that. Titanium, as an example, from Russia, one of the biggest manufacturers and suppliers of titanium, a very important material that goes into aviation, it goes into submarines, it goes into medical devices. When Russia went under sanctions, that supply was out of the market and companies were scrambling for alternative sources. That is another disruptive force, geopolitical, that is not COVID-19. Thirdly, look at sustainability agenda, the concerted effort that the world is taking on today to move away from conventional polluting ways of doing business into responsible, clean energy. It's creating a supply chain on its own. It's disrupting the conventional supply chains. Electrification, electric vehicles, EV batteries, ESS, electric storage systems. All of these are new outputs to the sustainability agenda that the world is adapting and moving on to execute. Finally, technological advancements. We all know 3D printing, advanced manufacturing. It allows less advanced countries, less technologically advanced countries to gain access to those technologies and be in industries that otherwise they would not be able to be in. So the takeaway from this, COVID-19 is just one simple source of disruption. There are so many others. So when we talk about why are we discussing supply chain beyond COVID-19, it's because of all the other reasons. This subject will continue to be an important topic. The classical model of doing business, it used to be dominated by cost leadership. The question was, how can my product be the lowest possible cost for me to do business? Now we insert with it the two elements that you can see in front of you, sustainability and resilience. Resilience means replication of locations, because you don't want to fall under the central manufacturing location and then lose the ability to do business. That means incremental costs. You will have multiple locations of manufacturing. So the takeaway, Saudi Arabia offers low cost, low carbon, and low risk when it comes to these elements of doing business. Everything I described is causing this new model to emerge. We're moving away from the central manufacturing location and selling to the rest of the world to the regionalized and the localized clusters of supply chains. All countries are trying to mobilize their competitive advantage and create their own supply chains to avoid any future shock waves. So we're seeing this happening, and that's where we mutually can work together to create those clusters and regional supply chains. The second part, why do we think Saudi Arabia can be a strong contender in the supply chain? Look at these different dimensions. Every company would love to be in a strong economy, a fast-growing economy. And the IMF registered Saudi Arabia in the last quarter of last year to have a double-digit growth. It was the fastest growing economy in the G20, and it is the largest economy in the Middle East by far. So that's a great value proposition for a company to be located in Saudi Arabia. The sustainability agenda, I just described it earlier. Saudi Arabia announced that 50% of its energy mix will come from renewable energy by 2030. So we are already positioning ourselves where the future is dictating. All these companies are looking to do way of business in a responsible manner. We'll find Saudi Arabia right there when they need it. And we will come to explain the cost of energy in the following slides. Infrastructure, be it digital, physical, or even regulatory infrastructure, I'll explain that in the following slides. And finally, companies are concerned of the input factors, labor, energy, and raw material. We will show in the following slide how Saudi Arabia can do on these different dimensions. This is base economy, the cost of commercial electricity, and that's the energy piece. Without any subsidies, without anything, that's the conventional price, 4.8 cents per kilowatt hour, the cheapest, as you can see, compared to the rest of the world. Look at the gas price, less than half a cent per kilowatt hour. Look at the labor. Maybe we're not the best, but in combination with the rest, that's a strong value proposition to compete with. This is a renewable energy production cost, 1 cent per kilowatt hour. As you can see at the bottom of the screen on the right side, the bubble is the size of the production and the cost is on the vertical axis. So 1 cent per kilowatt hour is the production price of renewable energy in Saudi Arabia. We took this from the National Industrial Strategy. On the left side, you look at the $1.3 trillion that was tagged in the strategy, showing the unexplored and unexploited metals, the endowments in Saudi Arabia that yet to be exploited and explored. If you take phosphate that goes into fertilizers, or aluminum that goes into all applications, electrification, cars, and aviation, Saudi Arabia is one of the largest producers of both. And needless to say, on the right side, the rank of Saudi Arabia on crude oil, petrochemical, and gas. The infrastructure I described earlier, in excess of 40 industrial cities scattered across the kingdom, geographically dispersed. What does that mean to an investor? It means ramping up your capabilities quickly, enjoying the pre-existing infrastructure, lowering your capex, lowering your opex, and get to reuse this infrastructure. The connectedness of the country. If you look at the map, Saudi Arabia naturally sits between three continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa. But the connectedness within the country and internationally, when we know that 13% of the global trade comes from the Red Sea, and we have great ports there, that is a great value proposition in terms of accessibility to the global trade. Finally, GSRI, the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. How do we qualify the opportunities? On the left side, these are the conventional sectors, the 12 sectors that were identified in the National Industrial Strategy. What sets the program aside from the conventional way is what's on the right side. So think about those as filters or themes. You take them and you apply them to those sectors. If you take climate change and sustainability and apply it to automotive, you don't get something like combustion engine, you get the e-vehicle, e-battery, the ESS. Take sustainability and climate change and apply it to metals and mine. You get green steel, green aluminum. So in essence, we're abiding by those themes to create those disrupted opportunities that GSRI has tagged on in order for us to develop them and qualify them jointly with all countries alike and all companies who are interested in selecting Saudi Arabia as their industrial manufacturing destination. This is very important. This is the incentives ecosystem within the investment environment in Saudi Arabia. Think about it as a menu on a case-by-case basis. An investor might say, I want a subsidized tariff for electricity. I want long-term, low-interest loan. I want a piece of land on a very marginal lease price. All of this can be quantified and packaged into the investment opportunity and then challenged with the investor. Show us your investment model, show us how you're gonna make money and how these incentives can help improve and facilitate and transcend the obstacles that you see in the environment. So this is not theoretical, it's in practice. It's practiced day and night. Investors approach us with business models and say that we are only challenged by these features. We would like to consider from some of the incentives that you guys have, be it a cash grant, be it a capex grant, be it an exemption from taxation, what have you. And then it goes into the National Incentives Committee where they will vote it in or out based on the nature of the business. Finally, I would say that the program comes in an ever disruptive time. We need many of these initiatives, just like the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. An eye-catching on this slide is the 10 billion Saudi riyals that the leadership of this country has allocated, $2.7 billion, as a fast-track incentive fund for this initiative so we can expedite the execution of investments with the hope of making Saudi Arabia as a strong contributor to the problem that is called supply chain disruption and to enhance the resilience of global supply chain. Thank you very much for your time and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Asad, for a comprehensive overview on the game-changing investment opportunities that Saudi Arabia has to offer to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will navigate us through the EU Global Gateway, serving as a catalyst for economic growth and development, connecting regions, industries, and markets across borders. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Henrik Hololui, Or Class Advisor at DG and BA. Welcome, Mr. Henrik. Yes? The stage is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. And let me also start by expressing my gratitude, pleasure, and honor of being again here in this wonderful city of Riyadh and fastly onwards moving country, Saudi Arabia. I would also like to start by thanking His Excellency Mr. Khalid Al Falih, the Minister of Investment, for his kind invitation to speak at this event where we are together, the European Union and Saudi Arabia. And I think that we have felt that togetherness also throughout the whole day. I was also very much impressed by the different speeches this morning and also the warmth, but also the focus on opportunities that can be created in a closer cooperation between EU and Saudi Arabia. There is absolutely no doubt that this event is one of those events which really helps us to bring together. I'll talk to you a little bit about the Global Gateway strategy and explain more about the EU quality offer to its partners around the globe, and how it also facilitates economic corridors and private investments to connect people, businesses, but also continents. I'll focus particularly on one of those projects that I see really as an opportunity to work together to also develop a stronger partnership, but also to make a change in how Asia and Europe are connected. And that is the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor through Central Asia, which is connecting Asia with Europe and beyond, and where we see excellent opportunities to work with our Saudi partners to increase our impact and also to enhance global connectivity. Connectivity is also something which is extremely important to this region, but it is also very important for both of us to create more opportunities elsewhere, where we, in the end of the day, can also benefit from different forms of our participation. Global Gateway is an EU comprehensive strategy to boost major, high-quality and sustainable investments in both hard and soft infrastructure worldwide. Across the world, Global Gateway aims to mobilize up to 300 billion euros in investments between 2021 and 2027. The EU is implementing Global Gateway in a Team Europe approach. This means, together with our member states, European financial institutions, and the European private sector. Global Gateway is about putting together a 360-degree financial package. It applies to the official development assistance through a mix of grants, concessional loans, and guarantees to de-risk private sector investments and involvement. The European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus is also a key in this regard. Global Gateway also uses operational tools such as technical assistance, policy and economic dialogue, trade and investment agreements, and standardization in order to create better conditions for quality investments, which is the backbone of the success. As noted in the EU's joint communication on strategic partnership with the Gulf countries, Global Gateway provides a useful framework for a joint venture between the EU and the GCC countries in general, Saudi Arabia in particular, in order to foster sustainable investments in geographical and thematic areas of mutual interest. It has an excellent prospect, being instrumental in bringing together the investment capabilities of the EU and the GCC countries and their financial institutions, and effectively engage the private sector to unlock the necessary capital, expertise, and experience. The EU is keen to explore the opportunities for parallel financing of Global Gateway projects with Saudi Arabia and other GCC states and the Gulf-based financial institutions. We see ample possibilities to work together on transport corridors in the framework of Global Gateway, including, and perhaps to start with, in Central Asia. But I also listened very carefully what His Excellency the Minister of Investment said in the morning, saying that, of course, we can definitely team up our efforts elsewhere in the world, in Africa, but also beyond that. So I think that this is also the ambition, the right ambition that we need to set for ourselves. But talking about specifically the Central Asia, which is a key region of common interest for the EU and Saudi Arabia, especially in the new geopolitical context, where, of course, been very much affected by the increased tensions which have been caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and developments in Afghanistan, which has made Central Asia even more important for both of us than ever before. The Central Asian countries are at the same time more inclined than ever before to deepen intra-regional cooperation, diversify their external policy options, and develop alternative connections and transport corridors for the benefit of the people and businesses. In this context, the EU has discussed with the Central Asian partners how to further develop the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, which goes from Asia through Central Asia, Caspian Sea, Caucasus, Turkey, or the Black Sea directly to Europe. Currently, the corridor faces bottlenecks and capacity shortages, bringing the time of crossing from China to Europe by land to around today 20 to 45 days, but bringing it down through the investments in the hard and soft infrastructure to 12 to 15 days. The idea is to turn this corridor into a viable and competitive land-based option for the trade between the regions and make this a sustainable and smart corridor with a modern infrastructure and practices. Traffic on the Trans-Caspian Corridor has almost tripled since 2017 and more than doubled last year. And the volumes, which are still limited, but it already shows that the potential is there and more is happening, also with the cooperation in relation to the critical raw materials, but also many other opportunities that are there. We know also that key corridor countries are highly interested in investments to be able to handle the anticipated increase in volumes and reduce transport times. And we can make it happen together and with the other interested parties. Building on this momentum, the Global Gateway provides the EU response to this need. The European Commission has worked with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development to conduct a study to identify sustainable transport corridor to connect Europe and Central Asia. The study, which was published earlier this year in June, indicates that the total investment needs to significantly improve the Trans-Caspian corridor would be around 18.5 billion. So that means, of course, that there is room for a lot of good cooperation between many interested parties who share the same goals across the globe. The study also allows to identify concrete and bankable sustainable infrastructure projects along the corridor that the European financial institutions, like-minded partners, and like Saudi Arabia, and more generally also the GCC, could finance in parallel. To facilitate the implementation of the projects identified in the study, the EU plans to organize in Brussels next year an investors forum, which will take place January 29 to 30. That would be to follow up concretely on the study, to talk about the options, the possibilities, and we really want to have a good participation from interested parties, including, of course, here in Saudi Arabia. I also had the opportunity to discuss with His Excellency the Minister of Transport and Logistics, and I will continue to also discuss it later on with the other important Saudi Arabian dignitaries. And of course, when we have this investors conference, it will allow us to establish the coordination platform, which will able to have a good division of labor between the international public and private investors and interested parties. The intention is then to deliver on these soft and hard infrastructure projects and investments to make these Central Asian connections adequate to the needs of the market and make the corridor efficient and competitive alternative. So we will invite all the interested parties, and we really hope that it will be a good opportunity to get more engagement into that. The study that I was referred to has identified 33 hard infrastructure and 7 soft infrastructure projects. Some of these focus on the modernization and upgrading of the existing railways or roads and addressing also the missing links. Other measures foresee to close existing gaps to the transport networks, building entire new stretches of additional rail or road links. Investment opportunities also include expanding fleets, increasing port capacity, rolling stock, building logistics centers and warehousing. So again, there should be a lot of interesting projects to get involved for the private sector and for many of the participants in the transport infrastructure and logistics business. The soft infrastructure measures see also coordinated actions about trade facilitation, harmonizing tariffs, facilitating customs procedures, border control, better interoperability, market liberalization, digitalization of transport documents. So a lot of them actually go in hand with the digitalization of these countries and their economies. We all see these measures as concrete, doable and realistic initiatives that can help build a better network of connections in Central Asia, one that connections that are sustainable, smart, competitive and efficient. For the development of transport connections not to serve merely the purpose of transit, they must also contribute to economic development of the entire region and by that unlocking other new opportunities. There is no doubt that among the investment opportunities, there are those that are more attractive for sovereign lenders, which is of course true for many of the infrastructure projects. It is just about to see what fits best to whom. There are also attractive opportunities and projects where combined public and private investments can make a positive difference. Such cases can be found in expanding railway stations where track infrastructure may be more of a sovereign investments, but the terminals can be taken on by the private sector. And of course, among the infrastructure needs, there are those that lend themselves mainly to private sector engagement, such as logistics centers or warehousing companies. So really, there are a lot of very good opportunities. I think that this is a very good test case also to work together under the Global Gateway umbrella and develop certainly some of those projects that can make a good difference in the region around. We have already shared the study with the Saudi Fund for Development and Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Finance, and we would be happy to share the study with other Saudi ministries and companies also present here today. Discussions to identify concrete projects to finance in parallel in the framework of the Trans-Caspian Corridor are already ongoing with the Saudi Fund for Development. So yes, there is already an engagement, and this engagement is also on the political level. So let me conclude by saying that this is a win-win situation. Global Gateway meets our partners, like Saudi Arabia and the Arabian Gulf countries, and by developing the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, we can make a difference together for the region and for the global connectivity. I would also like to say a very few words, though, about the other corridor, which was mentioned by the dignitaries from both sides, His Excellencies from the Saudi Arabian side as well as the EU side this morning. And this is the newly established corridor signed at the last G20 meeting, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which of course provides unprecedented opportunities and which are to be seized, and of course which can make again very, very big difference to all of those who are participating and of course creating many opportunities. It is still very early stages. We are also analyzing the options in relation to this corridor, as are also the other participants on this corridor, but it's clearly something which will be part of the discussions among both of us today, even more so tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Again, every corridor is an opportunity, and it is good to seize these opportunities and allow us to work together in the spirit that helps to deepen the trust and confidence between us. I'm looking forward to your active participation also at the Investors Forum in Brussels in January, and also the fruitful discussions which will come then. I would like to once again Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you all peace and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henrik, for your insights, giving us a glimpse into the strategic corridors that are being developed and how they contribute seamless flow to goods, services, and investments. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the exchange ceremony for a number of memorandum of understanding between Saudi Arabia and the European Union entities. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome to the stage representatives from a number of entities who will be exchanging MOUs today. We'll start with the first agreement. It's between Systemair and MISA. The Saudi side, Saleh Khibti, Deputy of Investment Development, Ministry of Investment, and EU side, Khalil Al-Ghazi, Country General Manager of Systemair. Welcome to the stage. This MOU actually focuses on the support for Systemair in coordination with government entities and securing feedstock requirements. Thank you. Saleh Khibti, please remain on stage with us. And now we'll go to the second agreement between STTA, Soft Transformation Technology Advisory, and MISA. Saudi side, Saleh Khibti, Deputy of Investment Development, Ministry of Investment. EU side, Jaroslav Holesa, Chairman of STTA. Welcome to the stage. We're having Mr. Jaroslav Holesa, Chairman of STTA, coming now on stage. So this agreement aims to digitalization of cultural assets, platform, and software solutions for museums. Thank you. Next up, we have the third agreement. It's between Future of and MISA. We have from the Saudi side, Saleh Khibti, Deputy of Investment Development, Ministry of Investment. And from the EU side, David Wasner, co-founder and partner of Future of. Welcome to the stage. So this agreement focuses on the creation of innovations ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. fourth agreement, it's between Roy Fesso Management and Consultant and MISA. From the Saudi side, we have Saleh Al-Khabti, Deputy Investment Development, Ministry of Investment. And from the EU side, we have Ernest Nedick, Managing Director of Roy Fesso. Welcome to the stage. So this agreement focuses on the cooperation to develop investment opportunities in Industry 4.0, including the establishment of a training lab, Advanced Manufacturing Institute. Thank you. And thank you, Saleh Khabti, Deputy of Investment Development, Ministry of Investment. We call now Mr. Badr Al-Badr, Deputy Minister of Investors Outreach, to witness the exchange of the upcoming agreements. Fifth agreement between Belgicast and National Water Company. We have from the Saudi side, Mohammed Sugour, CEO of National Water Company. Welcome to the stage. And from the EU side, we have Mr. Mark Hodgins, CEO of Thales Group and Digicast. This agreement focuses on sharing the investment opportunities related to NWC, future projects, and visibility of product localization. Thank you. We have agreement number 7 between Port of Amsterdam and Aqua Power. From the Saudi side, we do have Rad Al-Saadi, Vice Chairman, Managing Director, Aqua Power. And from EU side, we have Ellen Rohotas, Zenith, Mark Holworth, Port of Amsterdam, and Paolo Inoisi, Gaslock. Welcome to the stage. So this agreement focuses on joint efforts aiming to establish green hydrogen corridor between Aqua Power projects and the Port of Amsterdam. Thank you. Agreement number 7, we have Diso, Linator, and Aqua Power. From the Saudi side, we have Thomas Alfman, Executive Vice President of Innovation and New Technology. And from the EU side, we have William Jansen, CEO of Diso, Linator. Welcome to the stage. So this agreement focuses on the collaboration on research and development in area of renewable energy-based production in the Middle East. Thank you. And agreement number 8 between Super Garden and Shahia Investment Co. We have from the Saudi side, Mohammed Sultan Al-Adil, Vice President. And from the EU side, Laura Kazakonin. Welcome to the stage. This agreement focuses on localizing freezing technology, making Shahia the first to introduce this technology in the kingdom. What momentum. Thank you all for demonstrating the flourishing relationship between the European Union and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Haifa Al-Judai', the Kingdom's ambassador to the European Union, as she shares with us her insightful remarks. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you for joining us today at the first Saudi-EU Investment Forum in the heart of Riyadh. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment, and His Excellency Mr. Maros Sefcovic, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, for their leadership and stewardship of this event. I would also like to thank all the distinguished speakers and dynamic business leaders who participated in today's important forum. Today's gathering not only celebrates the bonds of friendship and cooperation between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the European Union, but also illustrates the vast opportunities that lie ahead. Together, Saudi Arabia and the EU can shape a future in which innovation, sustainable development, and prosperity thrive. As partners, we are enriching our nations, uplifting our citizens, and can harness strength to build a more prosperous world. Additionally, we share a dedication to peace, security, and a joint resolve to tackle global challenges, especially in such difficult times. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, one of the central themes of this forum revolves around nurturing economic integration and prosperity. In today's interconnected world, where challenges recognizes no borders, we must take advantage of the vast synergies and opportunities. As mentioned earlier today by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud and Executive Vice President Mr. Sefcovic, there is great potential to boost cooperation in energy transition, green tech and services, the circular economy, and low carbon technologies, as we've seen with the MOU signed today. We also heard about opportunities in supply chain resilience, critical raw materials, the digital economy, transport, e-commerce, as well as many, many other areas. Together, we script a legacy of enduring cooperation and prosperity for generations to come, and I'm sure this first Saudi-EU forum is just the beginning. In closing, I'm delighted to extend a warm invitation to our European friends to continue their exploration of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I encourage you to immerse yourselves in our rich culture, heritage, and warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As the Kingdom's ambassador to the EU, you convey a unique perspective on the opportunities and potential for growth and development that lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure now I welcome His Excellency Christophe Farnaud, the European Union's ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as he delivers his insightful remarks. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we're getting close to the end of this important event, so I will be short. Allow me, first of all, as did my dear colleague Haifa, to thank our host, our Saudi host first, in particular His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, Minister of Investment, who has impressed us by his commitment from the very beginning in the run-up to this conference. Allow me as well to extend my thanks to the Executive Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, to the EU Special Representative for the Gulf region, Luigi Di Maio, who came all the way from Brussels to be here with us for this conference. I will, of course, extend my gratitude to the ministers and colleagues from the EU member states who intervened in today's sessions and who have been key for mobilizing European companies. The EU can sometimes be complicated, it's obvious, but sometimes at Steam Europe, it works. We do things together, and our motto, after all, is united in diversity, and we showed it successfully today. I would also like to commend both teams from Saudi Arabia and the EU for the tremendous work to organize the first ever, as was said, EU-Saudi Investment Forum. Without you, without the huge amount of work, it would not have been possible. So thank you. And last but not least, I want to thank you all for being here, because after all, the success of this event is your presence and all the contacts that were created, and warm congratulations for the agreements that were signed today. They come as a very good sign of all that we can do together. Ladies and gentlemen, it was said, this forum comes at a very important moment. We live in a world of change, climate change, change in geopolitics, change in economics, change in technology, change in global supply chains. Political and business leaders around the world need to adjust their policies and strategies to respond to these changes. But changes mean also opportunities. This is what the Gulf countries, what this region currently shows us. By organizing this forum, we want to support and encourage our companies to grasp these opportunities and become part of the economic journey, the incredible economic journey, whether in the Kingdom or in Europe. The tragic events around us show every day the importance of working together more closely. The promotion of business, trade and investment is an essential part for connecting our societies, to develop our economies, and also to promote peace. As you know, it was said earlier, so I'm a bit embarrassed to say it again, but the EU is the second most important trading partner of Saudi Arabia, with 75.5 billion euros in good trades traded this last year. Over 1,300 companies from the European Union have already invested in the Kingdom. Collectively, the EU is the first investor in the Kingdom. As for the investments from Saudi Arabia to the EU, they increased in 2021, our last figures, by more than 30% to reach more than 42 billion euros. Impressive figures, but we must go further. I said it, the Gulf is becoming more and more attractive thanks to this incredible diversification efforts of the GCC countries. Saudi Arabia is clearly now at the center of this transformation with Saudi Vision 2030. Its objective to catapult Saudi Arabia into the 22nd century is breathtaking. One only needs to look at its futuristic, incredible projects, from Neom to Al-Ula, from Al-Qidiyah to Amala. The digital transformation, the rediscovery of sustainability of vital resources, or the promotion of the cultural heritage are impressive. I heard it many times here already. This is the new Saudi Arabia. Indeed, it is. Europe is very conscious of these changes, and we very much welcome them. Last year, we published a strategy on how to enhance our cooperation, and the private sector clearly is a key element in achieving our objectives. Your role is essential, and we are here to help and to facilitate. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has demonstrated that there is tremendous potential for our investors. With 7 moderators, over 50 speakers, and around 1,000 attendees from both public and private sector. We clearly have managed to convene the right people under one roof. Today's exchanges have clearly shown the diversity of the potential. Energy transition and connectivity are on everybody's mind. We all need clean, secure, and affordable energy. We all want to be mobile and connected all the time. The stimulating breakout sessions on minerals, supply chains, tourism, sport, healthcare, SMEs, digital economy have shown the direction for many other sectors where we can cooperate. Europe and Saudi Arabia have a lot of experience to share, and they have both formulated ambitious targets for the future. Let's work on them together. Allow me to seize the opportunity to get back to the announcements that was made earlier today, the creation of the European Chamber of Commerce in Saudi Arabia. It will be the first of its kind in the Gulf and one of our European flagship initiatives for the region. The presence of the Chamber will provide a great platform for business to further connect and to strengthen its voice. It will foster the dialogue between the private sector and regulators, and we hope that it will benefit both sides by promoting ideas about how to invest and to do business in Saudi Arabia and in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we shared a long history in all fields, a history that is entering a new chapter, full of challenges and opportunities. Let us seize them together. It was reminded this morning, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said a few years ago, the Middle East is the new Europe. Let's take it as an invitation to build it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Farnoud, for your remarks, offering, of course, a valuable perspective on the strong and growing bilateral relations between the European Union and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially in the context of the economic cooperation and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our auspicious gathering with the conclusion of insightful presentations and discussions at the Saudi European Investment Forum. We'd like to express our sincere appreciation to all the participants, speakers, and sponsors for their valuable contribution. To further facilitate networking and engagement, we are delighted to announce a dedicated speed networking session that will take place for the next 2 hours. This session will provide you with an opportunity to connect and engage in meaningful conversations and explore, of course, potential investment opportunities. Thank you so much.